Chapter 28 of the White Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. The White Company by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 28. How the Comrades came over the marches of France. After passing Cahors, the party branched away from the main road, and, leaving the river to the north of them, followed a smaller track which wound over a vast and desolate plain. This path led them amid marshes and woods until it brought them out into a glade, with the broad stream swirling swiftly down the centre of it. Through this the horses splashed their way, and on the farther shore Sir Nigel announced to them that they were now within the borders of the land of France. For some miles they still followed the same lonely track, which led them through a dense wood, and then, widening out, curved down to an open rolling country, such as they had travelled between Aiguillon and Cahors. If it were grim and desolate upon the English border, however, what can describe the hideous barrenness of this 10 times harried tract of France? The whole face of the country was scarred and disfigured, mottled over with the black blotches of burned farmsteadings and the grey, gaunt gable ends of what had been Chateau. Broken fences, crumbling walls, vineyards littered with stones, the shattered arches of bridges, look where you might, the signs of ruin and rapine met the eye. Here and there only, on the farthest skyline, the gnarled turrets of a castle, or the graceful pinnacles of church or of monastery, showed where the forces of the sword or of the spirit had preserved some small islet of security in this universal flood of misery. Moodily and in silence the little party rode along the narrow and irregular track, their hearts weighed down by this far-stretching land of despair. It was indeed a stricken and a blighted country, and a man might have ridden from Auvergne in the north to the marches of Foix, nor ever seen a smiling village or a thriving homestead. From time to time, as they advanced, they saw strange lean figures scraping and scratching amid the weeds and thistles, who, on sight of the band of horsemen, threw up their arms and dived in among the brushwood, as shy and as swift as wild animals. More than once, however, they came on families by the wayside who were too weak from hunger and disease to fly, so that they could but sit like hares on a tussock, with panting chests and terror in their eyes. So gaunt were these poor folk, so worn and spent, with bent and knotted frames, and sullen, hopeless, mutinous faces, that it made the young Englishman heartsick to look upon them. Indeed, it seemed as though all hope and light had gone so far from them that it was not to be brought back, for when Sir Nigel threw down a handful of silver among them, there came no softening of their lined faces, but they clutched greedily at the coins, peering questioningly at him, and champing with their animal jaws. Here and there, amid the brushwood, the travellers saw the rude bundle of sticks which served them as a home, more like a fowl's nest than the dwelling place of man. Yet why should they build and strive, when the first adventurer who passed would set torch to their thatch, and when their own feudal lord would wring from them with blows and curses the last fruits of their toil? They sat at the lowest depth of human misery, and hugged a bitter comfort to their souls as they realized that they could go no lower. Yet they had still the human gift of speech, and would take counsel among themselves in their brushwood hovels, glaring with bleared eyes, and pointing with thin fingers at the great widespread chateau which ate like a cancer into the life of the countryside. When such men, who are beyond hope and fear, begin in their dim minds to see the source of their woes, it may be an evil time for those who have wronged them. The weak man becomes strong when he has nothing, for then only can he feel the wild and mad thrill of despair. High and strong the chateau, lowly and weak the brushwood hut, but God help the seigneur and his lady when the men of the brushwood set their hands to the work of revenge. Through such a country did the party ride for 8, or it might be 9 miles, until the sun began to slope down in the west, and their shadows to stream down the road in front of them. Wary and careful they must be, with watchful eyes to the right and the left, for this was no man's land, and their only passports were those which hung from their belts. Frenchmen and Englishmen, Gascon and Provençal, Brabante, Tardvenu, Scorcher, Flair, and Free Companion wandered and struggled over the whole of this accursed district. So bare and cheerless was the outlook, and so few and poor the dwellings, that Sir Nigel began to have fears as to whether he might find food and quarters for his little troop. It was a relief to him, therefore, when their narrow track opened out upon a larger road, and they saw some little way down it a square white house with a green bunch of holly hung out at the end of a stick from one of the upper windows. "By St. Paul," said he, "I am right glad, for I had feared that we might have neither provant nor herbergage. Ride on, Alleyne, and tell this innkeeper that an English knight with his party will lodge with him this night." Alleyne set his spurs to his horse and reached the inn door a long bowshot before his companions. Neither varlet nor ostler could be seen, so he pushed open the door and called loudly for the landlord. 3 times he shouted, but receiving no reply, he opened an inner door and advanced into the chief guest room of the hostel. A very cheerful wood fire was sputtering and cracking in an open grate at the further end of the apartment. At one side of this fire, in a high-backed oak chair, sat a lady, her face turned towards the door. The firelight played over her features, and Alleyne thought that he had never seen such a queenly power, such dignity and strength upon a woman's face. She might have been 35 years of age, with aquiline nose, firm yet sensitive mouth, dark curving brows, and deep set eyes which shone and sparkled with a shifting brilliancy. Beautiful as she was, it was not her beauty which impressed itself upon the beholder. It was her strength, her power, and the sense of wisdom which hung over the broad white brow, the decision which lay in the square jaw and delicately moulded chin. A chaplet of pearls sparkled amid her black hair, with a gauze of silver network flowing back from it over her shoulders. A black mantle was swathed round her, and she leaned back in her chair as one who was fresh from a journey. In the opposite corner there sat a very burly and broad-shouldered man, clad in a black jerkin trimmed with sable, with a black velvet cap with curling white feather cocked upon the side of his head. A flask of red wine stood at his elbow, and he seemed to be very much at his ease, for his feet were stuck up upon a stool, and between his thighs he held a dish full of nuts. These he cracked between his strong white teeth, and chewed in a leisurely way, casting the shells into the blaze. As Alleyne gazed in at him, he turned his face half round and cocked an eye at him over his shoulder. It seemed to the young Englishman that he had never seen so hideous a face, for the eyes were of the lightest green, the nose was broken and driven inwards, while the whole countenance was seared and puckered with wounds. The voice, too, when he spoke, was as deep and as fierce as the growl of a beast of prey. "Young man," said he, "I know not who you may be, and I am not much inclined to bestir myself, but if it were not that I am bent upon taking my ease, I swear by the sword of Joshua that I would lay my dog whip across your shoulders for daring to fill the air with these discordant bellowings." Taken aback at this ungentle speech, and scarce knowing how to answer it fitly in the presence of a lady, Alleyne stood with his hand upon the handle of the door, while Sir Nigel and his companions dismounted. At the sound of these fresh voices, and of the tongue in which they spoke, the stranger crashed his dish of nuts down upon the floor, and began himself to call for the landlord, until the whole house re echoed with his roarings. With an ashen face, the white aproned host came running at his call, his hand shaking and his very hair bristling with apprehension. "For the sake of God, sirs," he whispered as he passed, "speak him fair, and do not rouse him. For the love of the Virgin, be mild with him." "Who is this, then?" asked Sir Nigel. Alleyne was about to explain, when a fresh roar from the stranger interrupted him. "Thou villain innkeeper!" he shouted. "Did I not ask you, when I brought my lady here, whether your inn was clean?" You did, sire." "Did I not very particularly ask you whether there were any vermin in it?" "You did, sire." "And you answered me?" "There were not, sire." "And yet, ere I have been here an hour, I find Englishmen crawling about within it. Where are we to be free from this pestilent race? Can a Frenchman upon French land not sit down in a French auberge without having his ears pained by the clack of their hideous talk? Send them packing, innkeeper, or it may be the worse for them and for you." I will, sire, I will," cried the frightened host, and bustled from the room, while the soft, soothing voice of the woman was heard remonstrating with her furious companion. "Indeed, gentlemen, you had best go," said mine host. "It is but 6 miles to Villefranche, where there are very good quarters at the sign of the Lion Rouge." "Nay," answered Sir Nigel, "I cannot go until I have seen more of this person, for he appears to be a man from whom much is to be hoped. What is his name and title?" "Oh, it is not for my lips to name it unless by his desire. But I beg and pray you, gentlemen, that you will go from my house, for I know not what may come of it if his rage should gain the mastery of him." "By St. Paul!" lisped Sir Nigel, "this is certainly a man whom it is worth journeying far to know. Go tell him that a humble knight of England would make his further honorable acquaintance, not from any presumption, pride, or ill will, but for the advancement of chivalry and the glory of our ladies. Give him greeting from Sir Nigel Loring, and say that the glove which I bear in my cap belongs to the most peerless and lovely of her sex, whom I am now ready to uphold against any lady whose claim he might be desirous of advancing." The landlord was hesitating whether to carry this message or no, when the door of the inner room was flung open, and the stranger bounded out like a panther from its den, his hair bristling and his deformed face convulsed with anger. "Still here?" he snarled. "Dogs of England, must ye be lashed hence? Tiphaine, my sword!" He turned to seize his weapon, but as he did so his gaze fell upon the blazonry of Sir Nigel's shield, and he stood staring, while the fire in his strange green eyes softened into a sly and humorous twinkle. "Oh Dieu!" cried he, "it is my little swordsman of Bordeaux. I should remember that coat armor, seeing that it is but 3 days since I looked upon it in the lists by Garonne. Ah, Sir Nigel, Sir Nigel, you owe me a return for this," and he touched his right arm, which was girt round just under the shoulder with a silken kerchief. But the surprise of the stranger at the sight of Sir Nigel was as nothing compared with the astonishment and the delight which shone upon the face of the knight of Hampshire as he looked upon the strange face of the Frenchman. Twice he opened his mouth, and twice he peered again, as though to assure himself that his eyes had not played him a trick. "Bertrand!" he gasped at last. "Bertrand du Guesclin!" "By St. Ives!" shouted the French soldier with a hoarse roar of laughter, "it is well that I should ride with my visor down, for he that has once seen my face does not need to be told my name. It is indeed I, Sir Nigel, and here is my hand. I give you my word that there are but 3 Englishmen in this world whom I would touch save with the sharp edge of the sword. The prince is one, Chandos the second, and you the third, for I have heard much that is good of you. I am growing aged, and am somewhat spent in the wars," quoth Sir Nigel, "but I can lay by my sword now with an easy mind, for I can say that I have crossed swords with him who hath the bravest heart and the strongest arm of all this great kingdom of France. I have longed for it, I have dreamed of it, and now I can scarce bring my mind to understand that this great honor hath indeed been mine."
"By the Virgin of Rennes, you have given me cause to be very certain of it," said Du Guesclin, with a gleam of his broad white teeth.
"And perhaps, most honored sir, it would please you to continue the debate. Perhaps you would condescend to go further into the matter. God, he knows that I am unworthy of such honor, yet I can show my 64 quarterings, and I have been present at some bickerings and scufflings during these 20 years."
"Your fame is very well known to me, and I shall ask my lady to enter your name upon my tablets," said Sir Bertrand. "There are many who wish to advance themselves, and who bide their turn, for I refuse no man who comes on such an errand. At present it may not be, for mine arm is stiff from this small touch, and I would fain do you full honor when we cross swords again. Come in with me, and let your squires come also, that my sweet spouse, the Lady Tiphaine, may say that she hath seen so famed and gentle a knight." Into the chamber they went in all peace and concord, where the Lady Tiphaine sat like queen on throne, for each in turn to be presented to her. Sooth to say, the stout heart of Sir Nigel, which cared little for the wrath of her lion like spouse, was somewhat shaken by the calm, cold face of this stately dame, for 20 years of camp life had left him more at ease in the lists than in a lady's boudoir. He bethought him, too, as he looked at her set lips and deep set, questioning eyes, that he had heard strange tales of this same Lady Tiphaine de Guesclin. Was it not she who was said to lay hands upon the sick, and raise them from their couches when the leeches had spent their last nostrums? Had she not forecast the future? And were there not times when in the loneliness of her chamber she was heard to hold converse with some being upon whom mortal eye never rested, some dark familiar who passed where doors were barred and windows high? Sir Nigel sunk his eye and marked a cross on the side of his leg as he greeted this dangerous dame, and yet ere 5 minutes had passed he was hers, and not he only, but his 2 young squires as well. The mind had gone out of them, and they could but look at this woman and listen to the words which fell from her lips, words which thrilled through their nerves and stirred their souls like the battle call of a bugle. Often in peaceful after days was Alleyne to think of that scene of the wayside inn of Auvergne. The shadows of evening had fallen, and the corners of the long, low, wood-panelled room were draped in darkness. The sputtering wood fire threw out a circle of red flickering light, which played over the little group of wayfarers, and showed up every line and shadow of their faces. Sir Nigel sat with elbows upon knees and chin upon hands, his patch still covering one eye, but his other shining like a star, while the ruddy light gleamed upon his smooth white head. Ford was seated at his left, his lips parted, his eyes staring, and a fleck of deep colour on either cheek, his limbs all rigid as one who fears to move. On the other side the famous French captain leaned back in his chair, a litter of nutshells upon his lap, his huge head half buried in a cushion, while his eyes wandered with an amused gleam from his dame to the staring, enraptured Englishman. Then, last of all, that pale, clear-cut face, that sweet, clear voice, with its high, thrilling talk of the deathlessness of glory, of the worthlessness of life, of the pain of ignoble joys, and of the joy which lies in all pains which lead to a noble end. Still, as the shadows deepened, and she spoke of valour and virtue, of loyalty, honour, and fame, and still they sat drinking in her woods, while the fire burned down and the red ash turned grey. "By the sainted Ives!" cried Du Guesclin at last, "it is time that we spoke of what we are to do this night, for I cannot think that in this wayside auberge there are fit quarters for an honourable company." Sir Nigel gave a long sigh,
as he came back from the dreams of chivalry and hardihood into which this strange woman's words had wafted him. "I care not where I sleep," said he, "but these are, indeed, somewhat rude lodgings for this fair lady." "What contents my lord contents me," quoth she. "I perceive, Sir Nigel, that you are under a vow," she added, glancing at his covered eye. "It is my purpose to attempt some small deed," he answered. "And the glove, it is your lady's?" "It is indeed my sweet wife's." "Who is doubtless proud of you." "Say rather I of her," quoth he quickly. "God, he knows that I am not worthy to be her humble servant. It is easy, lady, for a man to ride forth in the light of day, and do his devoir when all men have eyes for him. But in a woman's heart there is a strength and truth which asks no praise, and can but be known to him whose treasure it is." The Lady Tiphaine smiled across at her husband. "You have often told me, Bertrand, that there were very gentle knights amongst the English," quoth she. "Aye, aye," said he moodily. "But to horse, Sir Nigel. You and yours and we shall seek the chateau of Sir Tristram de Rochefort, which is 2 miles on this side of Villefranche. He is seneschal of Auvergne, and mine old war companion." "Certes, he would have welcome for you," quoth Sir Nigel, "but indeed he might look askance at one who comes without permit over the marches." "By the Virgin, when he learns that you have come to draw away the rascals, he will be very blithe to look upon your face. Innkeeper, here are 10 gold pieces. What is over and above your reckoning you may take off from your charges to the next needy knight who comes this way. Come then, for it grows late, and the horses are stamping in the roadway." The Lady Tiphaine and her spouse sprang upon their steeds without setting feet to stirrup, and away they jingled down the white moonlit highway, with Sir Nigel at the lady's bridle arm, and Ford a spear's length behind him. Alleyne had lingered for an instant in the passage, and as he did so there came a wild outcry from the chamber on the left, and out there ran Aylward and John, laughing together like 2 schoolboys who are bent upon a prank. At sight of Alleyne they slunk past him with somewhat of a shamefaced air, and springing upon their horses galloped after their party. The hubbub within the chamber did not cease, however, but rather increased, with yells of "À moi, mes amis! À moi, camarades! À moi, l'honorable champion de l'évêque de Montauban! À la recousse de l'église sainte!" So shrill was the outcry that both the innkeeper and Alleyne, with every varlet within hearing, rushed wildly to the scene of the uproar. It was indeed a singular scene which met their eyes. The room was a long and lofty one, stone floored and bare, with a fire at the further end, upon which a great pot was boiling. A deal table ran down the centre, with a wooden wine pitcher upon it, and 2 horn cups. Some way from it was a smaller table with a single beaker and a broken wine bottle. From the heavy wooden rafters which formed the roof there hung rows of hooks which held up the sides of bacon, joints of smoked beef, and strings of onions for winter use. In the very centre of all these, upon the largest hook of all, there hung a fat little red-faced man with enormous whiskers, kicking madly in the air and clawing at the rafters, hams, and all else that was within hand grasp. The huge steel hook had been passed through the collar of his leather jerkin, and there he hung like a fish on a line, writhing, twisting, and screaming, but utterly unable to free himself from his extraordinary position. It was not until Alleyne and the landlord had mounted on the table that they were able to lift him down, when he sank, gasping with rage, into a seat, and rolled his eyes round in every direction. "Has he gone?" quoth he. "Gone? Who?" "He, the man with the red beard, the giant man." "Yes," said Alleyne, "he hath gone." "And comes not back?" "No." "The better for him," cried the little man with a long sigh of relief. "Mon Dieu! What, am I not the champion of the Bishop of Montauban? Ah, could I have descended, could I have come down ere he fled, then you would have seen. You would have beheld a spectacle then. There would have been one rascal the less upon the earth.
Ma foi, yes.
"Good Master Pelligny," said the landlord, "these gentlemen have not gone very fast, and I have a horse in the stable at your disposal, for I would rather have such bloody doings as you threaten outside the four walls of mine auberge."
"I hurt my leg and cannot ride," quoth the bishop's champion. "I strained a sinew on the day that I slew 3 men at Castelnau."
"God save you, Master Pelligny!" cried the landlord. "It must be an awesome thing to have so much blood upon one's soul. And yet I do not wish to see so valiant a man mishandled, and so I will, for friendship's sake, ride after this Englishman and bring him back to you."
"You shall not stir," cried the champion,
seizing the innkeeper in a convulsive grasp. "I have a love for you, Gaston, and I would not bring your house into ill repute, nor do such scathe to these walls and chattels as must befall if two such men as this Englishman and I fall to work here." "Nay, think not of me," cried the innkeeper. "What are my walls set against the honor of Francois Pursuivant d'Amour Pelligny, champion of the Bishop of Montaubon? My horse, Andre! By the saints, no, Gaston, I will not have it. You have said truly that it is an awesome thing to have such rough work upon one's soul. I am but a rude soldier, yet I have a mind. Mon Dieu, I reflect, I weigh, I balance. Shall I not meet this man again? Shall I not bear him in mind? Shall I not know him by his great paws and his red head? Ma foi, yes." "And may I ask, sir," said Alleyne, "why it is that you call yourself champion of the Bishop of Montaubon?"
"You may ask aught which it is becoming to me to answer. The bishop hath need of a champion, because if any cause be set to test of combat, it would scarce become his office to go down into the lists with leather and shield and cudgel to exchange blows with any varlet. He looks around him then for some tried fighting man, some honest smiter, who can give a blow or take one. It is not for me to say how far he hath succeeded, but it is sooth that he who thinks that he hath but to do with the Bishop of Montaubon finds himself face to face with Francois Pursuivant d'Amour Pelligny." At this moment there was a clatter of hoofs upon the road, and a varlet by the door cried out that one of the Englishmen was coming back. The champion looked wildly about for some corner of safety, and was clambering up towards the window, when Ford's voice sounded from without, calling upon Alleyne to hasten, or he might scarce find his way. Bidding adieu to landlord and to champion, therefore, he set off at a gallop, and soon overtook the two archers. "A pretty thing this, John," said he. "You wilt have holy church upon you if you hang her champions upon iron hooks in an inn kitchen." "Oh, it was done without thinking," he answered apologetically, while Aylward burst into a shout of laughter. "By my hilt, mon petit," said he, "you would have laughed also could you have seen it. For this man was so swollen with pride that he would neither drink with us, nor sit at the same table with us, nor as much as answer a question, but must needs talk to the varlet all the time that it was well there was peace, and that he had slain more Englishmen than there were tags to his doublet. Our good old John could scarce lay his tongue to French enough to answer him, so he must needs reach out his great hand to him and place him very gently where you saw him. But we must on, for I can scarce hear their hoofs upon the road."
"I think that I can see them yet," said Ford, peering down the moonlit road.
"Pardieu, yes. Now they ride forth from the shadow, and yonder dark clump is the castle of Villefranche. En avant, camarade, or Sir Nigel may reach the gates before us. But hark, mes amis, what sound is that?"
As he spoke, the hoarse blast of a horn was heard from some woods upon the right. An answering call rung forth upon their left, and hard upon it two others from behind them.
"They are the horns of swineherds," quoth Aylward, "though why they blow them so late I cannot tell."
"Let us on, then," said Ford, and the whole party, setting their spurs to their horses, soon found themselves at the castle of Villefranche, where the drawbridge had already been lowered and the portcullis raised in response to the summons of Du Guesclin. Chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of the White Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The White Company by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 29. How the Blessed Hour of Sight came to the Lady Tiphaine. Sir Tristram de Rochefort, Seneschal of Auvergne and Lord of Villefranche, was a fierce and renowned soldier who had grown grey in the English wars. As lord of the marches and guardian of an exposed countryside, there was little rest for him, even in the times of so-called peace, and his whole life was spent in raids and outfalls upon the Brabanters, latecomers, flayers, free companions, and roving archers who wandered over his province. At times he would come back in triumph, and a dozen corpses swinging from the summit of his keep would warn evildoers that there was still a law in the land. At others his ventures were not so happy, and he and his troop would spur it over the drawbridge with clatter of hoofs hard at their heels and whistle of arrows about their ears. Hard he was of hand and harder of heart, hated by his foes, and yet not loved by those whom he protected. For twice he had been taken prisoner, and twice his ransom had been wrung by dint of blows and tortures out of the starving peasants and ruined farmers. Wolves or watchdogs, it was hard to say from which the sheep had most to fear. The castle of Villefranche was harsh and stern as its master. A broad moat, a high outer wall turreted at the corners, with a great black keep towering above all. So it lay before them in the moonlight. By the light of two flambeaux, protruded through the narrow slit-shaped openings at either side of the ponderous gate, they caught a glimpse of the glitter of fierce eyes and of the gleam of the weapons of the guard. The sight of the two-headed eagle of Du Guesclin, however, was a passport into any fortalice in France, and ere they had passed the gate the old border knight came running forwards with hands outthrown to greet his famous countryman. Nor was he less glad to see Sir Nigel when the Englishman's errand was explained to him, for these archers had been a sore thorn in his side, and had routed 2 expeditions which he had sent against them. A happy day it would be for the Seneschal of Auvergne when they should learn that the last yew-bow was over the marches. The material for a feast was ever at hand, in days when, if there was grim want in the cottage, there was at least rude plenty in the castle. Within an hour the guests were seated around a board which creaked under the great pasties and joints of meat, varied by those more dainty dishes in which the French excelled, the spiced ortolan and the truffled becaficots. The Lady Rochefort, a bright and laughter-loving dame, sat upon the left of her warlike spouse, with Lady Tiphaine upon the right. Beneath sat Du Guesclin and Sir Nigel, with Sir Amory Monticourt of the Order of the Hospitallers, and Sir Otto Harnett, a wandering knight from the kingdom of Bohemia. These, with Allen and Ford, 4 French squires, and the castle chaplain, made the company who sat together that night and made good cheer in the castle of Villefranche. The great fire crackled in the grate, the hooded hawks slept upon their perches, the rough deer-hounds with expectant eyes crouched upon the tiled floor. Close at the elbows of the guests stood the dapper little lilac-coated pages. The laugh and jest circled round, and all was harmony and comfort. Little they recked of the Brushwood men who crouched in their rags along the fringe of the forest, and looked with wild and haggard eyes at the rich warm glow which shot a golden bar of light from the high arched windows of the castle. Supper over, the tables dormant were cleared away as by magic, and trestles and bancals arranged around the blazing fire, for there was a bitter nip in the air. The Lady Tiphaine had sunk back in her cushioned chair, and her long dark lashes drooped low over her sparkling eyes. Allen, glancing at her, noted that her breath came quick and short, and that her cheeks had blanched to a lily white. Du Guesclin eyed her keenly from time to time, and passed his broad brown fingers through his crisp curly black hair with the air of a man who is perplexed in his mind.
"These folk here," said the knight of Bohemia, "they do not seem too well fed."
"Ah, canaille!" cried the lord of Villefranche. "You would scarce credit it, and yet it is sooth that when I was taken at Poitiers it was all that my wife and foster brother could do to raise the money from them for my ransom. The sulky dogs would rather have 3 twists of a rack or the thumbkins for an hour than pay out a denier for their own feudal father and liege lord. Yet there is not one of them but hath an old stocking full of gold pieces hid away in a snug corner." "Why do they not buy food then?" asked Sir Nigel. "By St. Paul, it seemed to me their bones were breaking through their skin." "It is their grutching and grumbling which makes them thin. We have a saying here, Sir Nigel, that if you pummel Jacques Bonhomme he will pat you, but if you pat him he will pummel you. Doubtless you find it so in England."
"Ma foi, no," said Sir Nigel. "I have 2 Englishmen of this class in my train, who are at this instant, I make little doubt, as full of your wine as any cask in your cellar. He who pummelled them might come by such a pat as he would be likely to remember."
"I cannot understand it," quoth the seneschal, "for the English knights and nobles whom I have met were not men to brook the insolence of the base born." "Perchance, my fair lord, the poor folk are sweeter and of a better countenance in England," laughed the Lady Rochefort.
"Mon Dieu, you cannot conceive to yourself how ugly they are, without hair, without teeth, all twisted and bent. For me, I cannot think how the good God ever came to make such people. I cannot bear it. Aye, and so my trusty Raoul goes ever before me with a cudgel to drive them from my path." "Yet they have souls, fair lady, they have souls," murmured the chaplain, a white-haired man with a weary, patient face.
"So I have heard you tell them," said the lord of the castle.
"As for myself, father, though I am a true son of Holy Church, yet I think that you were better employed in saying your mass and in teaching the children of my men at arms than in going over the countryside to put ideas in these folks' heads which would never have been there but for you. I have heard that you have said to them that their souls are as good as ours, and that it is likely that in another life they may stand as high as the oldest blood of Auvergne. For my part, I believe that there are so many worthy knights and gallant gentlemen in heaven who know how such things should be arranged, that there is little fear that we shall find ourselves mixed up with base roturiers or swineherds. Tell your beads, father, and con your psalter, but do not come between me and those whom the king has given to me."
"God help them!" cried the old priest. "A higher king than yours has given them to me, and I tell you here, in your own castle hall, Sir Tristram de Rochefort, that you have sinned deeply in your dealings with these poor folk, and that the hour will come, and may even now be at hand, when God's hand will be heavy upon you for what you have done." He rose as he spoke, and walked slowly from the room.
"Pest take him!" cried the French knight.
"Now, what is a man to do with a priest, Sir Bertrand? For one can neither fight him like a man nor coax him like a woman."
"Ah, Sir Bertrand knows, the naughty one!" cried the Lady Rochefort. "Have we not all heard how he went to Avignon and squeezed 50,000 crowns out of the Pope?"
"Ma foi!" said Sir Nigel, looking with a mixture of horror and admiration at Du Guesclin. "Did not your heart sink within you? Were you not smitten with fears? Have you not felt a curse hang over you?"
"I have not observed it," said the Frenchman carelessly.
"But, by St. Ives, Tristram, this chaplain of yours seems to me to be a worthy man, and you should give heed to his words, for though I care nothing for the curse of a bad pope, it would be a grief to me to have aught but a blessing from a good priest." "Hark to that, my fair lord," cried the Lady Rochefort. "Take heed, I pray thee, for I do not wish to have a blight cast over me, nor a palsy of the limbs. I remember that once before you angered Father Stephen, and my tire woman said that I lost more hair in 7 days than ever before in a month." "If that be a sign of sin, then, by St. Paul, I have much upon my soul," said Sir Nigel, amid a general laugh. "But in very truth, Sir Tristram, if I may venture a word of counsel, I should advise that you make your peace with this good man." "He shall have 4 silver candlesticks," said the seneschal moodily. "And yet I would that he would leave the folk alone. You cannot conceive in your mind how stubborn and brainless they are. Mules and pigs are full of reason beside them. God he knows that I have had great patience with them. It was but last week that, having to raise some money, I called up to the castle Jean Goubert, who, as all men know, has a casket full of gold pieces hidden away in some hollow tree. I give you my word that I did not so much as lay a stripe upon his fool's back, but after speaking with him, and telling him how needful the money was to me, I left him for the night to think over the matter in my dungeon. What do you think the dog did? Why, in the morning we found that he had made a rope from the strips of his leathern jerkin, and had hung himself to the bar of the window. For me, I cannot conceive such wickedness," cried the lady. "And there was Gertrude Leboeuf, as fair a maiden as eye could see, but as bad and bitter as the rest of them. When young Amaury de Valence was here last Lammastide, he looked kindly upon the girl, and even spoke of taking her into his service. What does she do with her dog of a father? Why, they tie themselves together and leap into the Linden Pool, where the water is 5 spears' length deep. I give you my word that it were a great grief to young Amaury, and it was days ere he could cast it from his mind. But how can one serve people who are so foolish and so ungrateful?" While the seneschal of Villefranche had been detailing the evil doings of his tenants, Alleyne had been unable to take his eyes from the face of Lady Tiphaine. She had lain back in her chair with drooping eyelids and bloodless face, so that he had feared at first her journey had weighed heavily upon her, and that the strength was ebbing out of her. Of a sudden, however, there came a change, for a dash of bright colour flickered up on to either cheek, and her lids were slowly raised again upon eyes which sparkled with such lustre as Alleyne had never seen in human eyes before, while their gaze was fixed intently, not upon the company, but on the dark tapestry which draped the wall. So transformed and so ethereal was her expression that Alleyne, in his loftiest dream of archangel or of seraph, had never pictured so sweet, so womanly, and yet so wise a face. Glancing at Du Guesclin, Alleyne saw that he also was watching his wife closely, and from the twitching of his features and the beads upon his brick-coloured brow, it was easy to see that he was deeply agitated by the change which he marked in her. "How is it with you, lady?" he asked at last in a tremulous voice. Her eyes remained fixed intently upon the wall, and there was a long pause ere she answered him. Her voice, too, which had been so clear and ringing, was now low and muffled, as that of one who speaks from a distance. "All is very well with me, Bertrand," said she. "The blessed hour of sight has come round to me again." "I could see it come! I could see it come!" he exclaimed, passing his fingers through his hair with the same perplexed expression as before. "This is untoward, Sir Tristram," he said at last, "and I scarce know in what words to make it clear to you, and to your fair wife, and to Sir Nigel Loring, and to these other stranger knights. My tongue is a blunt one, and fit to shout words of command than to clear up such a matter as this, of which I can myself understand little. This, however, I know, that my wife is come of a very sainted race, whom God hath in his wisdom endowed with wondrous powers, so that Tiphaine Raquenel was known throughout Brittany ere ever I first saw her at Dinan. Yet these powers are ever used for good, and they are the gift of God and not of the devil, which is the difference betwixt white magic and black. "Perchance it would be well that we should send for Father Stephen," said Sir Tristram.
"It would be best that he should come," cried the Hospitaller.
"And bring with him a flask of holy water," added the Knight of Bohemia.
"Not so, gentlemen," answered Sir Bertrand. "It is not needful that this priest should be called, and it is in my mind that in asking for this ye cast some slight shadow or slur upon the good name of my wife, as though it were still doubtful whether her power came to her from above or below. If ye have indeed such a doubt, I pray that you will say so, that we may discuss the matter in a fitting way."
"For myself," said Sir Nigel, "I have heard such words fall from the lips of this lady that I am of the opinion that there is no woman, save only one, who can in any way be compared to her in beauty and in goodness. Should any gentleman think otherwise, I should deem it a great honour to run a small course with him, or debate the matter in whatever way might be most pleasing to him." "Nay, it would ill become me to cast a slur upon a lady who is both my guest and the wife of my comrade in arms," said the Seneschal of Villefranche. "I have perceived also that on her mantle there is marked a silver cross, which is surely a sign enough that there is naught of evil in these strange powers which you say that she possesses." This argument of the Seneschal's appealed so powerfully to the Bohemian and to the Hospitaller that they at once intimated that their objections had been entirely overcome, while even the Lady Rochefort, who had sat shivering and crossing herself, ceased to cast glances at the door, and allowed her fears to turn to curiosity. "Among the gifts which have been vouchsafed to my wife," said Du Guesclin, "there is the wondrous one of seeing into the future, but it comes very seldom upon her, and goes as quickly, for none can command it. The blessed hour of sight, as she hath named it, has come but twice since I have known her, and I can vouch for it that all that she hath told me was true, for on the evening of the battle of Auray she said that the morrow would be an ill day for me and for Charles of Blois. Ere the sun had sunk again he was dead, and I the prisoner of Sir John Chandos. Yet it is not every question that she can answer, but only those—" "Bertrand, Bertrand!" cried the lady in the same muttering, far away voice. "The blessed hour passes. Use it, Bertrand, while you may." "I will, my sweet. Tell me then what fortune comes upon me." "Danger, Bertrand, deadly, pressing danger, which creeps upon you, and you know it not." The French soldier burst into a thunderous laugh, and his green eyes twinkled with amusement. "At what time during these 20 years would not that have been a true word?" he cried. "Danger is in the air that I breathe. But is this so very close, Tiphaine?" "Here, now, close upon you." The words came out in broken, strenuous speech, while the lady's fair face was writhed and drawn, like that of one who looks upon a horror which strikes the words from her lips. Du Guesclin gazed round the tapestried room, at the screens, the tables, the abace, the credence, the buffet with its silver salver, and the half circle of friendly wondering faces. There was an utter stillness, save for the sharp breathing of the Lady Tiphaine, and for the gentle soughing of the wind outside, which wafted to their ears the distant call upon a swineherd's horn. "The danger may bide," said he, shrugging his broad shoulders. "And now, Tiphaine, tell us what will come of this war in Spain." "I can see little," she answered, straining her eyes and puckering her brow, as one who would fain clear her sight. "There are mountains and dry plains, and flash of arms, and shouting of battle cries. Yet it is whispered to me that by failure you will succeed."
"Ha, Sir Nigel, how like you that?" quoth Bertrand, shaking his head. "It is like mead and vinegar, half sweet, half sour. And is there no question which you would ask my lady?"
"Certes there is. I would fain know, fair lady, how all things are at Twynham Castle, and above all how my sweet lady employs herself. To answer this, I would fain lay hand upon one whose thoughts turn strongly to this castle which you have named. Nay, my Lord Loring, it is whispered to me that there is another here who hath thought more deeply of it than you."
"Thought more of mine own home?" cried Sir Nigel. "Lady, I fear that in this matter at least you are mistaken."
"Not so, Sir Nigel. Come hither, young man, young English squire with the grey eyes. Now give me your hand, and place it here across my brow, that I may see that which you have seen. What is this that rises before me? Mist, mist, rolling mist, with a square black tower above it. See, it shreds out, it thins, it rises, and there lies a castle in green plain, with the sea beneath it, and a great church within bowshot. There are 2 rivers which run through the meadows, and between them lie the tents of the besiegers."
"The besiegers!" cried Alleyne, Ford, and Sir Nigel, all 3 in a breath.
"Yes, truly, and they press hard upon the castle, for they are an exceeding multitude and full of courage. See how they storm and rage against the gate, while some rear ladders, and others, line after line, sweep the walls with their arrows. There are many leaders who shout and beckon, and one, a tall man with a golden beard, who stands before the gate stamping his foot and hallooing them on as a pricker doth the hounds. But those in the castle fight bravely. There is a woman, 2 women, who stand upon the walls and give heart to the men at arms. They shower down arrows, darts, and great stones. Ah, they have struck down the tall leader, and the others give back. The mist thickens, and I can see no more."
"By St. Paul," said Sir Nigel, "I do not think that there can be any such doings at Christchurch, and I am very easy of the fortalice so long as my sweet wife hangs the key of the outer bailey at the head of her bed. Yet I will not deny that you have pictured the castle as well as I could have done myself, and I am full of wonderment at all that I have heard and seen."
"I would, Lady Tiphaine," cried the Lady Rochefort, "that you would use your power to tell me what hath befallen my golden bracelet, which I wore when hawking upon the 2nd Sunday of Advent, and have never set eyes upon since."
"Nay, lady," said Du Guesclin, "it does not befit so great and wondrous a power to pry and search and play the varlet even to the beautiful chatelaine of Villefranche. Ask a worthy question, and with the blessing of God you shall have a worthy answer."
"Then I would fain ask," cried one of the French squires, "as to which may hope to conquer in these wars betwixt the English and ourselves." "Both will conquer, and each will hold its own," answered the Lady Tiphaine. "Then we shall still hold Gascony and Guienne," cried Sir Nigel. The lady shook her head. "French land, French blood, French speech," she answered. "They are French, and France shall have them."
"And not Bordeaux?" cried Sir Nigel excitedly.
"Bordeaux also is for France."
"But Calais?"
"Calais too."
"Woe worth me then, and ill hail to these evil words. If Bordeaux and Calais be gone, then what is left for England?"
"It seems indeed that there are evil times coming upon your country," said Du Guesclin.
"In our fondest hopes we never thought to hold Bordeaux. By St. Ives, this news hath warmed the heart within me. Our dear country will then be very great in the future, Tiphaine?"
"Great and rich and beautiful," she cried. "Far down the course of time I can see her still leading the nations, a wayward queen among the peoples, great in war but greater in peace, quick in thought, deft in action, with her people's will for her sole monarch, from the sands of Calais to the blue seas of the south."
"Ha!" cried Du Guesclin, with his eyes flashing in triumph. "You hear her, Sir Nigel, and she never yet said word which was not sooth."
The English knight shook his head moodily. "What of my own poor country?" said he. "I fear, lady, that what you have said bodes but small good for her."
lady sat with parted lips, and her breath came quick and fast. "My God!" she cried, "what is this that is shown me? Whence come they, these peoples, these lordly nations, these mighty countries which rise up before me? I look beyond, and others rise, and yet others, far and farther to the shores of the uttermost waters. They crowd, they swarm. The world is given to them, and it resounds with the clang of their hammers and the ringing of their church bells. They call them many names, and they rule them this way or that, but they are all English, for I can hear the voices of the people. On I go, and onwards over seas where man hath never yet sailed, and I see a great land under new stars and a stranger sky, and still the land is England. Where have her children not gone? What have they not done? Her banner is planted on ice. Her banner is scorched in the sun. She lies athwart the lands, and her shadow is over the seas. Bertrand, Bertrand, we are undone, for the buds of her bud are even as our choicest flower." Her voice rose into a wild cry, and throwing up her arms she sank back white and nerveless into the deep oaken chair. "It is over," said Du Guesclin moodily, as he raised her drooping head with his strong brown hand. Chapter 30 of the White Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. The White Company by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 30. How the Brushwood men came to the Chateau of Villefranche. It was late ere Alleyne Edricson, having carried Sir Nigel the goblet of spiced wine, which it was his custom to drink after the curling of his hair, was able at last to seek his chamber. It was a stone-flagged room upon the second floor, with a bed in a recess for him, and two smaller pallets on the other side, on which Aylward and Hordle John were already snoring. Alleyne had knelt down to his evening orisons when there came a tap at his door, and Ford entered with a small lamp in his hand. His face was deadly pale, and his hand shook until the shadows flickered up and down the wall. "What is it, Ford?" cried Alleyne, springing to his feet. "I can scarce tell you," said he, sitting down on the side of the couch, and resting his chin upon his hand. "I know not what to say or what to think." "Has aught befallen you, then?" "Yes, or I may have been slave to my own fancy. I tell you, lad, that I am all undone, like a fretted bowstring. Hark hither, Alleyne. It cannot be that you have forgotten little Tita, the daughter of the old glass stainer at Bordeaux." "I remember her well." "She and I, Alleyne, broke the lucky groat together ere we parted, and she wears my ring upon her finger. 'Caro mio,' quoth she when we last parted, 'I shall be near thee in the wars, and thy danger will be my danger.' Alleyne, as God is my help, as I came up the stairs this night, I saw her stand before me, her face in tears, her hands out as though in warning. I saw it, Alleyne, even as I see those two archers upon their couches. Our very finger tips seemed to meet, ere she thinned away like a mist in the sunshine." "I would not give over much thought to it," answered Alleyne. "Our minds will play us strange pranks, and bethink you that these words of the Lady Tiphaine du Guesclin have wrought upon us and shaken us." Ford shook his head. "I saw little Tita as clearly as though I were back at the Rue des Apotres in Bordeaux," said he. "But the hour is late, and I must go." "Where do you sleep, then?" "In the chamber above you. May the saints be with us all." He rose from the couch and left the chamber, while Alleyne, could hear his feet sounding upon the winding stair. The young squire walked across to the window and gazed out at the moonlit landscape, his mind absorbed by the thought of the Lady Tiphaine, and of the strange words that she had spoken to him as to what was going forward at Twynham Castle. Leaning his elbows upon the stonework, he was deeply plunged in reverie, when, in a moment, his thoughts were brought back to Villefranche and to the scene before him. The window at which he stood was in the second floor of that portion of the castle which was nearest to the keep. In front lay the broad moat, with the moon lying upon its surface, now clear and round, now drawn lengthways as the breeze stirred the water. Beyond, the plain sloped down to a thick wood, while further to the left a second wood shut out the view. Between the two an open glade stretched, silvered in the moonshine, with the river curving across the lower end of it. As he gazed, he saw of a sudden a man steal forth from the wood into the open clearing. He walked with his head sunk, his shoulders curved, and his knees bent, as one who strives hard to remain unseen. 10 paces from the fringe of trees he glanced around, and waving his hand he crouched down and was lost to sight among a belt of furze bushes. After him there came a second man, and after him a third, a fourth, and a fifth, stealing across the narrow open space and darting into the shelter of the brushwood. 79 Alleyne counted of these dark figures flitting across the line of moonlight. Many bore huge burdens upon their backs, though what it was that they carried he could not tell at this distance. Out of the one wood and into the other they passed, all with the same crouching, furtive gait, until the black bristle of trees had swallowed up the last of them. For a moment Alleyne stood in the window, still staring down at the silent forest, uncertain as to what he should think of these midnight walkers. Then he bethought him that there was one beside him who was fitter to judge on such matters. His fingers had scarce rested upon Aylward's shoulder ere the bowman was on his feet, with his hand outstretched to his sword. "Qui va?" he cried. "Oh, hola, mon petit! By my hilt, I thought there had been a camisade. What then, mon gars?" "Come hither by the window, Aylward," said Alleyne. "I have seen 80 men pass from yonder shore across the glade, and nigh every man of them had a great burden on his back. What think you of it?" "I think nothing of it, mon camarade. There are as many masterless folk in this country as there are rabbits on Cowdray Down, and there are as many who show their faces at night, but would dance in a hempen collar if they stirred forth in the day. On all the French marches are droves of outcasts, reivers, spoilers, and drawlatches, of whom I judge that these are some, though I marvel that they should dare come so nigh to the castle of the seneschal. All seems very quiet now," he added, peering out of the window. "They are in the further wood," said Alleyne. "And there they may bide. Back to rest, mon petit, for by my hilt each day now will bring its own work. Yet it would be well to shoot the bolt in yonder door when one is in strange quarters. So." He threw himself down upon his pallet, and in an instant was fast asleep. It might have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when Alleyne was aroused from a troubled sleep by a low cry or exclamation. He listened, but as he heard no more, he set it down as the challenge of the guard upon the walls, and dropped off to sleep once more. A few minutes later he was disturbed by a gentle creaking of his own door, as though someone were pushing cautiously against it, and immediately afterwards he heard the soft thud of cautious footsteps upon the stair which led to the room above, followed by a confused noise and a muffled groan. Alleyne sat up on his couch with all his nerves in a tingle, uncertain whether these sounds might come from a simple cause, some sick archer and visiting leech perhaps, or whether they might have some more sinister meaning. But what danger could threaten them here in this strong castle, under the care of famous warriors, with high walls and a broad moat around them? Who was there that could injure them? He had well nigh persuaded himself that his fears were a foolish fancy, when his eyes fell upon that which sent the blood cold to his heart, and left him gasping, with hands clutching at the counterpane. Right in front of him was the broad window of the chamber, with the moon shining brightly through it. For an instant something had obscured the light, and now a head was bobbing up and down outside, the face looking in at him and swinging slowly from one side of the window to the other. Even in that dim light there could be no mistaking those features. Drawn, distorted, and blood-stained, they were still those of the young fellow squire who had sat so recently upon his own couch. With a cry of horror, Alleyne sprang from his bed and rushed to the casement, while the two archers, aroused by the sound, seized their weapons and stared about them in bewilderment. One glance was enough to show Edricson that his fears were but too true. Foully murdered, with a score of wounds upon him and a rope round his neck, his poor friend had been cast from the upper window and swung slowly in the night wind, his body rasping against the wall, and his disfigured face upon a level with the casement. "My God!" cried Alleyne, shaking in every limb. "What has come upon us? What devil's deed is this?"
"Here is flint and steel," said John stolidly. "The lamp, Aylward. This moonshine softens a man's heart. Now we may use the eyes which God hath given us." "By my hilt!" cried Aylward, as the yellow flame flickered up, "it is indeed young Master Ford, and I think that this seneschal is a black villain who dare not face us in the day, but would murder us in our sleep. By the twang of string, if I do not soak a goose's feather with his heart's blood, it will be no fault of Samkin Aylward of the White Company."
"But, Aylward, think of the men whom I saw yesternight," said Alleyne. "It may not be the seneschal. It may be that others have come into the castle. I must to Sir Nigel ere it be too late. Let me go, Aylward, for my place is by his side."
"One moment, mon gar. Put that steel headpiece on the end of my yew stave. So. I will put it first through the door, for it is ill to come out when you can neither see nor guard yourself. Now, camarade, out swords and stand ready. Hola! By my hilt, it is time that we were stirring."
As he spoke, a sudden shouting broke forth in the castle, with the scream of a woman and the rush of many feet. Then came the sharp clink of clashing steel, and a roar like that of an angry lion.
"Notre Dame du Guesclin! St. Ives! St. Ives!"
The bowman pulled back the bolt of the door and thrust out the headpiece at the end of the bow. A clash, the clatter of the steel cap upon the ground, and ere the man who struck could heave up for another blow, the archer had passed his sword through his body.
"On, camarade, on!"
he cried, and breaking fiercely past two men who threw themselves in his way, he sped down the broad corridor in the direction of the shouting. A sharp turning, then a second one, brought them to the head of a short stair, from which they looked straight down upon the scene of the uproar. A square oaken floor lay beneath them, from which opened the doors of the principal guest chambers. This hall was as light as day, for torches burned in numerous sconces upon the walls, throwing strange shadows from the tusked or antler's heads which ornamented them. At the very foot of the stair, close upon the open door of their chamber, lay the seneschal and his wife, she with her head shorn from her shoulders, he thrust through with a sharpened stake, which still protruded from either side of his body. 3 servants of the castle lay dead beside them, all torn and draggled, as though a pack of wolves had been upon them. In front of the central guest chamber stood Du Guesclin and Sir Nigel, half clad and unarmored, with the mad joy of battle gleaming in their eyes. Their heads were thrown back, their lips compressed, their blood-stained swords poised over their right shoulders, and their left feet thrown out. 3 dead men lay huddled together in front of them, while a fourth, with the blood squirting from a severed vessel, lay back with updrawn knees, breathing in wheezy gasps. Further back,
all panting together like the wind in a tree, there stood a group of fierce, wild creatures, bare armed and bare legged, gaunt, unshaven, with deep set, murderous eyes and wild beast faces. With their flashing teeth, their bristling hair, their mad leapings and screamings, they seemed to Alleyne more like fiends from the pit than men of flesh and blood. Even as he looked, they broke into a hoarse yell and dashed once more upon the two knights, hurling themselves madly upon their sword points, clutching, scrambling, biting, tearing, careless of wounds, if they could but drag the two soldiers to earth. Sir Nigel was thrown down by the sheer weight of them, and Sir Bertrand, with his thunderous war cry, was swinging round his heavy sword to clear a space for him to rise, when the whistle of two long English arrows and the rush of the squire and the two English archers down the stairs turned the tide of the combat. The assailants gave back, the knights rushed forward, and in a very few moments the hall was cleared, and Hordle John had hurled the last of the wild men down the steep steps which led from the end of it. "Do not follow them," cried Du Guesclin. "We are lost if we scatter. For myself, I care not a denier, though it is a poor thing to meet one's end at the hands of such scum. But I have my dear lady here, who must by no means be risked. We have breathing space now, and I would ask you, Sir Nigel, what it is that you would counsel." "By St. Paul," answered Sir Nigel, "I can by no means understand what hath befallen us, save that I have been woken up by your battle cry, and rushing forth found myself in the midst of this small bickering. Harrow and alas for the lady and the seneschal! What dogs are they who have done this bloody deed?" "They are the Jacks, the men of the Brushwood. They have the castle, though I know not how it hath come to pass. Look from this window into the bailey." "By heaven," cried Sir Nigel, "it is as bright as day with the torches. The gates stand open, and there are 3,000 of them within the walls. See how they rush and scream and wave. What is it that they thrust out through the postern door? My God, it is a man at arms, and they pluck him limb from limb like hounds on a wolf. Now another, and yet another. They hold the whole castle, for I see their faces at the windows. See, there are some with great bundles on their backs." "It is dried wood from the forest. They pile them against the walls and set them in a blaze. Who is this who tries to check them? By St. Ives, it is the good priest who spake for them in the hall. He kneels, he prays, he implores. What, villains! Would you raise hands against those who have befriended you? Ah, the butcher has struck him. He is down. They stamp him under their feet. They tear off his gown and wave it in the air. See now how the flames lick up the walls. Are there none left to rally round us? With 100 men we might hold our own." "Oh, for my company!" cried Sir Nigel. "But where is Ford, Alleyne?" "He is foully murdered, my fair lord. The saints receive him. May he rest in peace. But here come some at last who may give us counsel, for amid these passages it is ill to stir without a guide." As he spoke, a French squire and the Bohemian knight came rushing down the steps, the latter bleeding from a slash across his forehead. "All is lost," he cried. "The castle is taken and on fire. The seneschal is slain, and there is naught left for us." "On the contrary," quoth Sir Nigel, "there is much left to us, for there is a very honourable contention before us, and a fair lady for whom to give our lives. There are many ways in which a man might die, but none better than this." "You can tell us, Godfrey," said Du Guesclin to the French squire. "How came these men into the castle, and what succours can we count upon? By St. Ives, if we come not quickly to some counsel we shall be burned like young rooks in a nest." The squire, a dark, slender stripling, spoke firmly and quickly, as one who was trained to swift action. "There is a passage under the earth into the castle," said he, "and through it some of the Jacks made their way, casting open the gates for the others. They have had help from within the walls, and the men at arms were heavy with wine. They must have been slain in their beds, for these devils crept from room to room with soft step and ready knife. Sir Amory the Hospitaller was struck down with an axe as he rushed before us from his sleeping chamber.
Save only ourselves, I do not think that there are any left alive."
"What then would you counsel?"
"That we make for the keep. It is unused save in time of war, and the key hangs from my poor lord and master's belt." "There are two keys there." "It is the larger. Once there we might hold the narrow stair, and at least, as the walls are of a greater thickness, it would be longer ere they could burn them." "Could we but carry the lady across the bailey, all might be well with us." "Nay, the lady hath seen something of the work of war," said Tiphaine, coming forth, as white, as grave, and as unmoved as ever. "I would not be a hamper to you, my dear spouse and gallant friend. Rest assured of this, that if all else fails, I have always a safeguard here," drawing a small silver hilted poniard from her bosom, "which sets me beyond the fear of these vile and blood stained wretches." "Tiphaine," cried Du Guesclin, "I have always loved you, and now, by Our Lady of Rennes, I love you more than ever. Did I not know that your hand will be as ready as your words, I would myself turn my last blow upon you ere you should fall into their hands. Lead on, Godfrey. A new golden pyx will shine in the minster of Dinan if we come safely through with it." The attention of the insurgents had been drawn away from murder to plunder, and all over the castle might be heard their cries and whoops of delight as they dragged forth the rich tapestries, the silver flagons, and the carved furniture. Down in the courtyard, half clad wretches, their bare limbs all mottled with bloodstains, strutted about with plumed helmets upon their heads, or with the Lady Rochefort's silken gowns girt round their loins and trailing on the ground behind them. Casks of choice wine had been rolled out from the cellars, and starving peasants squatted, goblet in hand, draining off vintage which de Rochefort had set aside for noble and royal guests. Others, with slabs of bacon and joints of dried meat upon the ends of their pikes, held them up to the blaze or tore at them ravenously with their teeth. Yet all order had not been lost amongst them, for some hundreds of the better armed stood together in a silent group, leaning upon their rude weapons and looking up at the fire, which had spread so rapidly as to involve one whole side of the castle. Already Alleyne could hear the crackling and roaring of the flames,
Chapter 31 of the White Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. The White Company by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 31. How 5 men held the keep of Villefranche. Under the guidance of the French squire, the party passed down 2 narrow corridors. The first was empty, but at the head of the second stood a peasant sentry, who started off at the sight of them, yelling loudly to his comrades.
"Stop him, or we are undone!"
cried Du Guesclin, and had started to run when Aylward's great warbow twanged like a harp-string, and the man fell forward upon his face with twitching limbs and clutching fingers. Within 5 paces of where he lay, a narrow and little used door led out into the bailey. From beyond it came such a babel of hooting and screaming, horrible oaths, and yet more horrible laughter, that the stoutest heart might have shrunk from casting down the frail barrier which faced them.
"Make straight for the keep,"
said Du Guesclin in a sharp, stern whisper.
2 archers in front, the lady in the centre, a squire on either side, while we 3 knights shall bide behind and beat back those who press upon us. So, now open the door, and God have us in his holy keeping."
For a few moments it seemed that their object would be attained without danger, so swift and so silent had been their movements. They were halfway across the bailey ere the frantic, howling peasants made a movement to stop them. The few who threw themselves in their way were overpowered or brushed aside,
while the pursuers were beaten back by the ready weapons of the three cavaliers. Unscathed, they fought their way to the door of the keep, and faced round upon the swarming mob, while the squire thrust the great key into the lock. "My God!" he cried, "it is the wrong key." "The wrong key? Dolt, fool that I am! This is the key of the castle gate. The other opens the keep. I must back for it." He turned, with some wild intention of retracing his steps, but at the instant a great jagged rock, hurled by a brawny peasant, struck him full upon the ear, and he dropped senseless to the ground. "This is key enough for me," quoth Hordle John, picking up the huge stone and hurling it against the door with all the strength of his enormous body. The lock shivered, the wood smashed, the stone flew into 5 pieces, but the iron clamps still held the door in its position. Bending down, he thrust his great fingers under it, and with a heave raised the whole mass of wood and iron from its hinges. For a moment it tottered and swayed, and then, falling outward, buried him in its ruin, while his comrades rushed into the dark archway which led to safety. "Up the steps, Tiphaine!" cried Du Guesclin. "Now, round, friends, and beat them back." The mob of peasants had surged in upon their heels, but the 2 trustiest blades in Europe gleamed upon that narrow stair, and 4 of their number dropped upon the threshold. The others gave back, and gathered in a half circle round the open door, gnashing their teeth and shaking their clenched hands at the defenders. The body of the French squire had been dragged out by them and hacked to pieces. 3 or 4 others had pulled John from under the door, when he suddenly bounded to his feet, and clutching one in either hand, dashed them together with such force that they fell senseless across each other upon the ground. With a kick and a blow he freed himself from 2 others who clung to him, and in a moment he was within the portal with his comrades. Yet their position was a desperate one. The peasants from far and near had been assembled for this deed of vengeance, and not less than 6,000 were within or around the walls of the Chateau of Villefranche. Ill armed and half starved, they were still desperate men, to whom danger had lost all fears. For what was death that they should shun it to cling to such a life as theirs? The castle was theirs, and the roaring flames were spurting through the windows and flickering high above the turrets on 2 sides of the quadrangle. From either side they were sweeping down from room to room, and from bastion to bastion in the direction of the keep. Faced by an army and girt in by fire were 6 men and 1 woman, but some of them were men so trained to danger and so wise in war that even now the combat was less unequal than it seemed. Courage and resource were penned in by desperation and numbers, while the great yellow sheets of flame threw their lurid glare over the scene of death.
"There is but space for 2 upon a step to give free play to our sword arms," said Du Guesclin. "Do you stand with me, Nigel, upon the lowest. France and England will fight together this night. Sir Otto, I pray you to stand behind us with this young squire. The archers may go higher yet and shoot over our heads. I would that we had our harness, Nigel. Often have I heard my dear Sir John Chandos say that a knight should never, even when a guest, be parted from it. Yet it will be more honour to us if we come well out of it. We have a vantage, since we see them against the light, and they can scarce see us. It seems to me that they muster for an onslaught." "If we can but keep them in play," said the Bohemian, "it is likely that these flames may bring us succour if there be any true men in the country."
"Bethink you, my fair lord," said Alleyne to Sir Nigel, "that we have never injured these men, nor have we cause of quarrel against them. Would it not be well, if but for the lady's sake, to speak them fair, and see if we may not come to honourable terms with them?"
"Oh, not so, by St. Paul!" cried Sir Nigel. "It does not accord with mine honour, nor shall it ever be said that I, a knight of England, was ready to hold parley with men who have slain a fair lady and a holy priest." "As well hold parley with a pack of ravening wolves,"
said the French captain.
Ha! Notre Dame du Guesclin! St. Ives! St. Ives!
As he thundered forth his war cry, the Jacks, who had been gathering before the black arch of the gateway, rushed in madly in a desperate effort to carry the staircase. Their leaders were a small dark man, dark in the face, with his beard done up in two plaits, and another larger man, very bowed in the shoulders, with a huge club studded with sharp nails in his hand. The first had not taken 3 steps ere an arrow from Aylward's bow struck him full in the chest, and he fell coughing and spluttering across the threshold. The other rushed onwards, and breaking between Du Guesclin and Sir Nigel, he dashed out the brains of the Bohemian with a single blow of his clumsy weapon. With 3 swords through him, he still struggled on, and had almost won his way through them ere he fell dead upon the stair. Close at his heels came 100 furious peasants, who flung themselves again and again against the 5 swords which confronted them. It was cut and parry and stab as quick as eye could see or hand act. The door was piled with bodies, and the stone floor slippery with blood. The deep shout of Du Guesclin, the hard hissing breath of the pressing multitude, the clatter of steel, the thud of falling bodies, and the screams of the stricken, made up such a medley as came often in after years to break upon Alleyne's sleep. Slowly and sullenly at last the throng drew off, with many a fierce backward glance, while 11 of their number lay huddled in front of the stair which they had failed to win.
"The dogs have had enough," said Du Guesclin.
"By St. Paul, there appear to be some very worthy and valiant persons among them," observed Sir Nigel. "They are men from whom, had they been of better birth, much honour and advancement might be gained. Even as it is a great pleasure to have seen them. But what is this that they are bringing forward?"
"It is as I feared,"
growled Du Guesclin. "They will burn us out, since they cannot win their way past us. Shoot straight and hard, archers, for by St. Ives, our good swords are of little use to us." As he spoke, a dozen men rushed forward, each screening himself behind a huge fardel of brushwood. Hurling their burdens in one vast heap within the portal, they threw burning torches upon the top of it. The wood had been soaked in oil, for in an instant it was ablaze, and a long hissing yellow flame licked over the heads of the defenders and drove them further up to the first floor of the keep. They had scarce reached it, however, ere they found that the wooden joists and planks of the flooring were already on fire. Dry and worm-eaten, a spark upon them became a smoulder, and a smoulder a blaze. A choking smoke filled the air, and the 5 could scarce grope their way to the staircase which led up to the very summit of the square tower. Strange was the scene which met their eyes from this eminence. Beneath them, on every side, stretched the long sweep of peaceful country, rolling plain and tangled wood, all softened and mellowed in the silver moonshine. No light nor movement, nor any sign of human aid could be seen, but far away the hoarse clangor of a heavy bell rose and fell upon the wintry air. Beneath and around them blazed the huge fire, roaring and crackling on every side of the bailey, and even as they looked, the 2 corner turrets fell in with a deafening crash, and the whole castle was but a shapeless mass, spouting flames and smoke from every window and embrasure. The great black tower upon which they stood rose like a last island of refuge amid this sea of fire, but the ominous crackling and roaring below showed that it would not be long ere it was engulfed also in the common ruin. At their very feet was the square courtyard, crowded with the howling and dancing peasants, their fierce faces upturned, their clenched hands waving, all drunk with bloodshed and with vengeance. A yell of execration and a scream of hideous laughter burst out from the vast throng, as they saw the faces of the last survivors of their enemies peering down at them from the height of the keep. They still piled the brushwood round the base of the tower, and gambolled hand in hand round the blaze, screaming out the doggerel lines which had long been the watchword of the Jacquerie. Cessez, cessez, gendarmes et piétons.
de piller et manger le bonhomme, qui de longtemps Jacques Bonhomme se nomme." Their thin, shrill voices rose high above the roar of the flames and the crash of the masonry, like the yelping of a pack of wolves who see their quarry before them and know that they have well nigh run him down.
"By my hilt," said Aylward to John, "it is in my mind that we shall not see Spain this journey. It is a great joy to me that I have placed my feather bed and other things of price with that worthy woman of Lyndhurst, who will now have the use of them. I have 13 arrows yet, and if one of them fly unfleshed, then, by the twang of string, I shall deserve my doom. First at him who flaunts my lady's silken frock. Clap in a clout, by God, though a hand's breadth lower than I had meant. Now for the rogue with the head upon his pike. Ha! To the inch, John. When my eye is true, I am better at rovers than at long butts or hoyles. Good shoot for you also, John. The villain hath fallen into the fire. But I pray you, John, to loose gently, and not to pluck with the drawing hand, for it is a trick that hath marred many a fine bowman."
Whilst the two archers were keeping up a brisk fire upon the mob beneath them, Du Guesclin and his lady were consulting with Sir Nigel upon their desperate situation.
"'Tis a strange end for one who has seen so many stricken fields," said the French chieftain. "For me one death is as another, but it is the thought of my sweet lady which goes to my heart."
"Nay, Bertrand, I fear it as little as you," said she. "Had I my dearest wish, it would be that we should go together."
"Well answered, fair lady," cried Sir Nigel.
"And very sure I am that my own sweet wife would have said the same. If the end be now come, I have a great good fortune in having lived in times when so much glory was to be won, and in knowing so many valiant gentlemen and knights. But why do you pluck at my sleeve, Alleyne? If it please you, my fair lord, there are in this corner 2 great tubes of iron, with many heavy balls, which may perchance be those bombards and shot of which I have heard."
"By St. Ives, it is true," cried Sir Bertrand, striding across to the recess where the ungainly, funnel-shaped, thick-ribbed engines were standing. "Bombards they are, and of good size. We may shoot down upon them."
"Shoot with them, quotha?"
cried Aylward in high disdain, for pressing danger is the great leveller of classes.
"How is a man to take aim with these fool's toys, and how can he hope to do scathe with them?"
I will show you," answered Sir Nigel, "for here is the great box of powder, and if you will raise it for me, John, I will show you how it may be used. Come hither, where the folk are thickest round the fire. Now, Aylward, crane thy neck and see what would have been deemed an owl's wife tale when we first turned our faces to the wars. Throw back the lid, John, and drop the box into the fire." A deafening roar, a fluff of bluish light, and the great square tower rocked and trembled from its very foundations, swaying this way and that like a reed in the wind. Amazed and dizzy, the defenders, clutching at the cracking parapet for support, saw great stones, burning beams of wood, and mangled bodies hurtling past them through the air. When they staggered to their feet once more, the whole keep had settled down upon one side, so that they could scarce keep their footing upon the sloping platform. Gazing over the edge, they looked down upon the horrible destruction which had been caused by the explosion. For 40 yards round the portal the ground was black with writhing, screaming figures, who struggled up and hurled themselves down again, tossing this way and that, sightless, scorched, with fire bursting from their tattered clothing. Beyond this circle of death their comrades, bewildered and amazed, cowered away from this black tower, and from these invincible men who were most to be dreaded when hope was furthest from their hearts. "A sally, Du Guesclin, a sally!" cried Sir Nigel. "By St. Paul, they are in 2 minds, and a bold rush may turn them." He drew his sword as he spoke, and darted down the winding stairs, closely followed by his 4 comrades. Ere he was at the first floor, however, he threw up his arms and stopped. "Mon Dieu!" he said, "we are lost men." "What then?" cried those behind him. The well hath fallen in, the stair is blocked, and the fire still rages below. By St. Paul, friends, we have fought a very honourable fight, and may say in all humbleness that we have done our devoir. But I think that we may now go back to the Lady Tiphaine and say our orisons, for we have played our parts in this world, and it is time that we made ready for another." The narrow pass was blocked by huge stones littered in wild confusion over each other, with the blue choking smoke reeking up through the crevices. The explosion had blown in the wall and cut off the only path by which they could descend. Pent in 100 feet from earth, with a furnace raging under them and a ravening multitude all around who thirsted for their blood, it seemed indeed as though no men had ever come through such peril with their lives. Slowly they made their way back to the summit, but as they came out upon it, the Lady Tiphaine darted forward and caught her husband by the wrist. "Bertrand," said she, "hush and listen. I have heard the voices of men all singing together in a strange tongue." Breathless they stood and silent, but no sound came up to them save the roar of the flames and the clamour of their enemies.
"It cannot be, lady," said Du Guesclin. "This night hath overwrought you, and your senses play you false. What men are there in this country who would sing in a strange tongue?"
"Hola!" yelled Aylward, leaping suddenly into the air with waving hands and joyous face.
"I thought I heard it ere we went down, and now I hear it again. We are saved, comrades. By these 10 finger bones, we are saved. It is the marching song of the White Company. Hush!"
With upraised forefinger and slanting head he stood listening. Suddenly there came swelling up a deep-voiced, rollicking chorus from somewhere out of the darkness. Never did choice or dainty ditty of Provence or Languedoc sound more sweetly in the ears than did this rough-tongued Saxon to the 6 who strained their ears from the blazing keep. "We'll drink all together to the grey goose feather, and the land where the grey goose flew."
"Ah, by my hilt!" shouted Aylward, "it is the dear old bow song of the company. Here come 200 as tight lads as ever twirled a shaft over their thumbnails. Hark to the dogs! How lustily they sing!"
Nearer and clearer, swelling up out of the night, came the gay marching lilt. What of the bow? The bow was made in England, of true wood, of yew wood, the wood of English bows. For men who are free love the old yew tree and the land where the yew tree grows. What of the men? The men were bred in England, the bowmen, the yeomen, the lads of dale and fell. Here's to you and to you, to the hearts that are true, and the land where the true hearts dwell.
"They sing very joyfully," said Du Guesclin,
"as though they were going to a festival."
"It is their wont when there is work to be done."
"By St. Paul," quoth Sir Nigel, "it is in my mind that they come too late, for I cannot see how we are to come down from this tower."
"They come, the hearts of gold," cried Aylward. "See, they move out from the shadow. Now they cross the meadow. They are on the further side of the moat. Hola, mon camarade, hola! Johnston, Eccles, Cook, Harwood, Bligh, would you see a fair lady and 2 gallant knights done foully to death?"
"Who's there?" shouted a deep voice from below. "Who is this who speaks with an English tongue?"
"It is I, old lad. 'Tis Sam Aylward of the company. And here is your captain, Sir Nigel Loring, and 4 others, all laid out to be grilled like an Easterling's herrings."
"Curse me if I did not think that it was the style of speech of old Samkin Aylward," said the voice amid a buzz from the ranks. "Wherever there are knocks going, there is Sammy in the heart of it. But who are these ill-faced rogues who block the path?"
"To your kennels, canaille."
"What, you dare look us in the eyes? Out swords, lads! Give them the flat of them. Waste not your shafts upon such renegade knaves." There was little fight left in the peasants, however, still dazed by the explosion, amazed at their own losses, and disheartened by the arrival of the disciplined archers. In a very few minutes they were in full flight for their brushwood homes, leaving the morning sun to rise upon a blackened and blood-stained ruin,
where it had left the night before the magnificent castle of the Seneschal of Auvergne. Already the white lines in the east were deepening into pink as the archers gathered round the keep and took counsel how to rescue the survivors. "Had we a rope," said Alleyne, "there is one side which is not yet on fire, down which we might slip." "But how to get a rope?"
"It is an old trick," quoth Aylward. "Holla, Johnston, cast me up a rope, even as you did at Maupertuis in the war time."
The grizzled archer, thus addressed, took several lengths of rope from his comrades, and knotting them firmly together, he stretched them out in the long shadow which the rising sun threw from the frowning keep. Then he fixed the yew stave of his bow upon end, and measured the long, thin, black line which it threw upon the turf.
"A 6-foot stave throws a 12-foot shadow," he muttered. "The keep throws a shadow of 60 paces. 30 paces of rope will be enough to spare. Another strand, Watkin. Now pull at the end, so that all may be safe. So, it is ready for them."
"But how are they to reach it?" asked the young archer beside him.
"Watch and see, young fool's head," growled the old bowman.
He took a long string from his pouch and fastened one end to an arrow. "All ready, Samkin?"
"Ready, camarade."
"Close to your hand, then." With an easy pull he sent the shaft flickering gently up, falling upon the stonework within a foot of where Aylward was standing. The other end was secured to the rope, so that in a minute a good strong cord was dangling from the only sound side of the blazing and shattered tower. The Lady Tiphaine was lowered with a noose drawn fast under the arms, and the other 5s. Chapter 32 of the White Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. The White Company by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 32. How the company took counsel round the fallen tree. "Where is Sir Claude Latour?" asked Sir Nigel, as his feet touched ground.
"He is in camp near Montpezat, 2 hours' march from here, my fair lord,"
said Johnston, the grizzled bowman who commanded the archers. "Then we shall march thither, for I would fain have you all back at Dax in time to be in the prince's vanguard." "My lord," cried Alleyne joyfully, "here are our chargers in the field, and I see your harness amid the plunder which these rogues have left behind them."
"By St. Ives, you speak sooth, young squire,"
said Du Guesclin.
"There is my horse and my lady's jennet. The knaves led them from the stables, but fled without them. Now, Nigel, it is great joy to me to have seen one of whom I have often heard, yet we must leave you now, for I must be with the King of Spain ere your army crosses the mountains." "I had thought that you were in Spain with the valiant Henry of Trastamare." "I have been there, but I came back to France to raise succour for him. I shall ride back, Nigel, with 4,000 of the best lances of France at my back, so that your prince may find he hath a task which is worthy of him. God be with you, friend, and may we meet again in better times."
"I do not think," said Sir Nigel, as he stood by Alleyne's side looking after the French knight and his lady, "that in all Christendom you will meet with a more stout-hearted man or a fairer and sweeter dame. Your face is pale and sad, Alleyne. Have you perchance met with some hurt during the ruffle?" "Nay, my fair lord, I was but thinking of my friend Ford, and how he sat upon my couch no later than yesternight." Sir Nigel shook his head sadly. "2 brave squires have I lost," said he. "I know not why the young shoots should be plucked and an old weed left standing, yet certes there must be some good reason, since God hath so planned it. Did you not note, Alleyne, that the Lady Tiphaine did give us warning last night that danger was coming upon us,
"She did, my lord." "By St. Paul, my mind misgives me as to what she saw at Twynham Castle. And yet I cannot think that any Scottish or French rovers could land in such force as to beleaguer the fortalice. Call the company together, Aylward, and let us on, for it will be shame to us if we are not at Dax upon the trysting day." The archers had spread themselves over the ruins, but a blast upon a bugle brought them all back to muster, with such booty as they could bear with them stuffed into their pouches or slung over their shoulders. As they formed into ranks, each man dropping silently into his place, Sir Nigel ran a questioning eye over them, and a smile of pleasure played over his face. Tall and sinewy and brown, clear-eyed, hard-featured, with the stern and prompt bearing of experienced soldiers, it would be hard indeed for a leader to seek for a choicer following. Here and there in the ranks were old soldiers of the French wars, grizzled and lean, with fierce puckered features and shaggy bristling brows. The most, however, were young and dandy archers, with fresh English faces, their beards combed out, their hair curling from under their close steel hufkins, with gold or jewelled earrings gleaming in their ears, while their gold-spangled baldricks, their silken belts, and the chains which many of them wore round their thick brown necks, all spoke of the brave times which they had had as free companions. Each had a yew or hazel stave slung over his shoulder, plain and serviceable with the older men, but gaudily painted and carved at either end with the others. Steel caps, mail brigadines, white surcoats with a red lion of St. George, and sword or battle axe swinging from their belts completed this equipment, while in some cases the murderous maul or 5-foot mallet was hung across the bowstave, being fastened to their leathern shoulder belt by a hook in the centre of the handle. Sir Nigel's heart beat high as he looked upon their free-bearing and fearless faces. For 2 hours they marched through forest and marshland along the left bank of the river Aveyron, Sir Nigel riding behind his company, with Allon at his right hand, and Johnston, the old master bowman, walking by his left stirrup. Ere they had reached their journey's end, the knight had learned all that he would know of his men, their doings and their intentions. Once, as they marched, they saw upon the further bank of the river a body of French men-at-arms, riding very swiftly in the direction of Villefranche. "It is the Seneschal of Toulouse with his following," said Johnston, shading his eyes with his hand. "Had he been on this side of the water he might have attempted something upon us." "I think that it would be well that we should cross," said Sir Nigel. "It were pity to balk this worthy seneschal should he desire to try some small feat of arms." "Nay, there is no ford nearer than Tourville," answered the old archer. "He is on his way to Villefranche, and short will be the shrift of any Jacks who come into his hands, for he is a man of short speech. It was he and the Seneschal of Beauclair who hung Peter Wilkins of the company last Lammastide, for which, by the black rood of Waltham, they shall hang themselves if ever they come into our power. But here are our comrades, Sir Nigel, and here is our camp." As he spoke, the forest pathway along which they marched opened out into a green glade which sloped down towards the river. High, leafless trees girt it in on 3 sides, with a thick undergrowth of holly between their trunks. At the farther end of this forest clearing there stood 40 or 50 huts, built very neatly from wood and clay, with the blue smoke curling out from the roofs. A dozen tethered horses and mules grazed around the encampment, while a number of archers lounged about, some shooting at marks, while others built up great wooden fires in the open and hung their cooking kettles above them. At the sight of their returning comrades there was a shout of welcome, and a horseman, who had been exercising his charger behind the camp, came cantering down to them. He was a dapper, brisk man, very richly clad, with a round, clean-shaven face and very bright black eyes, which danced and sparkled with excitement. "Sir Nigel," he cried, "Sir Nigel Loring at last! By my soul, we have waited you this month past. Right welcome, Sir Nigel. You have had my letter?" "It was that which brought me here," said Sir Nigel. "But indeed, Sir Claude Latour, it is a great wonder to me that you did not yourself lead these bowmen, for surely they could have found no better leader." "None, none, by the Virgin of L'Esparre!" he cried, speaking in the strange, thick Gascon speech which turns every V into a B. "But you know what these islanders of yours are, Sir Nigel. They will not be led by any save their own blood and race. There is no persuading them. Not even I, Claude Latour, seigneur of Chateau, master of the high justice, the middle, and the low, could gain their favour. They must needs hold a council, and put their 200 thick heads together, and then there comes this fellow Aylward and another as their spokesman, to say that they will disband unless an Englishman of good name be set over them. There are many of them, as I understand, who come from some great forest which lies in Hampy, or Hampty. I cannot lay my tongue to the name. Your dwelling is in those parts, and so their thoughts turn to you as their leader. But we had hoped that you would bring 100 men with you." "They are already at Dax, where we shall join them," said Sir Nigel. "But let the men break their fast, and we shall then take counsel what to do." "Come into my hut," said Sir Claude. "It is but poor fare that I can lay before you: milk, cheese, wine, and bacon. Yet your squire and yourself will doubtless excuse it. This is my house, where the pennon flies before the door, a small residence to contain the Lord of Chateau." Sir Nigel sat silent and distraught at his meal, while Alleyne hearkened to the clattering tongue of the Gascon, and to his talk of the glories of his own estate, his successes in love, and his triumphs in war. "And now that you are here, Sir Nigel," he said at last, "I have many fine ventures all ready for us. I have heard that Montpezat is of no great strength, and that there are 200,000 crowns in the castle. At Castelnau also there is a cobbler who is in my pay, and will throw us a rope any dark night from his house by the town wall. I promise you that you shall thrust your arms elbow deep among good silver pieces ere the nights are moonless again, for on every hand of us are fair women, rich wine, and good plunder, as much as heart could wish." "I have other plans," answered Sir Nigel curtly, "for I have come hither to lead these bowmen to the help of the prince, our master, who may have sore need of them ere he set Pedro up upon the throne of Spain. It is my purpose to start this very day for Dax upon the Adour, where he hath now pitched his camp." The face of the Gascon darkened, and his eyes flashed with resentment. "For me," he said, "I care little for this war, and I find the life which I lead a very joyous and pleasant one. I will not go to Dax." "Nay, think again, Sir Claude," said Sir Nigel gently, "for you have ever had the name of a true and loyal knight. Surely you will not hold back now when your master hath need of you." "I will not go to Dax," the other shouted. "But your devoir, your oath of fealty?" "I say that I will not go." "Then, Sir Claude, I must lead the company without you." "If they will follow," cried the Gascon with a sneer. "These are not hired slaves, but free companions, who will do nothing save by their own good wills. In very sooth, my Lord Loring, they are ill men to trifle with, and it were easier to pluck a bone from a hungry bear than to lead bowmen out of a land of plenty and of pleasure." "Then I pray you to gather them together," said Sir Nigel, "and I will tell them what is in my mind. For if I am their leader they must to Dax, and if I am not, then I know not what I am doing in Auvergne. Have my horse ready, Alleyne, for by St. Paul, come what may, I must be upon the homeward road ere midday." A blast upon the bugle summoned the bowmen to council, and they gathered in little knots and groups around a great fallen tree which lay athwart the glade. Sir Nigel sprang lightly upon the trunk, and stood with blinking eye and firm lips looking down at the ring of upturned warlike faces. "They tell me, bowmen," said he, "that ye have grown so fond of ease and plunder and high living that ye are not to be moved from this pleasant country. But by St. Paul, I will believe no such thing of you, for I can readily see that you are all very valiant men, who would scorn to live here in peace when your prince hath so great a venture before him. Ye have chosen me as a leader, and a leader I will be if ye come with me to Spain.
and I vow to you that my pennon of the 5 roses shall, if God give me strength and life, be ever where there is most honour to be gained. But if it be your wish to loll and loiter in these glades, bartering glory and renown for vile gold and ill-gotten riches, then you must find another leader, for I have lived in honour, and in honour I trust that I shall die. If there be forest men or Hampshire men amongst ye, I call upon them to say whether they will follow the banner of Loring." "Here's a Romsey man for you," cried a young bowman with a sprig of evergreen set in his helmet. "And a lad from Alresford," shouted another. "And from Milton, and from Burley, and from Lymington, and a little one from Brockenhurst," shouted a huge limbed fellow who sprawled beneath a tree. "By my hilt, lads," cried Aylward, jumping upon a fallen trunk, "I think that we could not look the girls in the eyes if we let the prince cross the mountains and did not pull string to clear a path for him. It is very well in times of peace to lead such a life as we have had together, but now the war banner is in the wind once more, and by these 10 finger bones, if he go alone, old Samkin Aylward will walk beside it." These words from a man as popular as Aylward decided many of the waverers. The shout of approval burst from his audience. "Far be it from me," said Sir Claude Latour suavely, "to persuade you against this worthy archer, or against Sir Nigel Loring. Yet we have been together in many ventures, and perchance it may not be amiss if I say to you what I think upon the matter." "Peace for the little Gascon," cried the archers. "Let every man have his word. Shoot straight for the mark, lad, and fair play for all." "Bethink you, then," said Sir Claude, "that you go under a hard rule, with neither freedom nor pleasure, and for what? For 6 pence a day at the most, while now you may walk across the country and stretch out either hand to gather in whatever you have mind for. What do we not hear of our comrades who have gone with Sir John Hawkwood to Italy? In one night they have held to ransom 600 of the richest noblemen of Mantua. They camp before a great city, and the base burghers come forth with the keys, and then they make great spoil, or, if it please them better, they take so many horseloads of silver as a composition. And so they journey on from state to state, rich and free, and feared by all. Now, is not that the proper life for a soldier?" "The proper life for a robber," roared Hordle John in his thundering voice. "And yet there is much in what the Gascon says," said a swarthy fellow in a weather-stained doublet. "And I, for one, would rather prosper in Italy than starve in Spain." "You were always a cur and a traitor, Mark Shaw," cried Aylward. "By my hilt, if you will stand forth and draw your sword, I will warrant you that you will see neither one nor the other." "Nay, Aylward," said Sir Nigel, "we cannot mend the matter by broiling. Sir Claude, I think that what you have said does you little honour, and if my words aggrieve you, I am ever ready to go deeper into the matter with you. But you shall have such men as will follow you, and you may go where you will, so that you come not with us. Let all who love their prince and country stand fast, while those who think more of a well-lined purse step forth upon the further side." 13 bowmen, with hung heads and sheepish faces, stepped forward with Mark Shaw, and ranged themselves behind Sir Claude. Amid the hootings and hissings of their comrades they marched off together to the Gascon's hut, while the main body broke up their meeting and set cheerily to work packing their possessions, furbishing their weapons, and preparing for the march which lay before them. Over the Tarn and the Garonne, through the vast quagmires of Armagnac, past the swift flowing Losse, and so down the long valley of the Adour, there was many a long league to be crossed ere they could join themselves to that dark war cloud which was drifting slowly southwards to the line of the Chapter 33 of the White Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The White Company by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 33. How the army made the passage of Roncesvalles. The whole vast plain of Gascony and of Languedoc is an arid and profitless expanse in winter, save where the swift-flowing Adour and her snow-fed tributaries, the Louts, the Oloron, and the Pau, run down to the Sea of Biscay. South of the Adour, the jagged line of mountains which fringe the skyline send out long granite claws, running down into the lowlands and dividing them into gaves, or stretches of valley. Hillocks grow into hills, and hills into mountains, each range overlying its neighbour, until they soar up in the giant chain which raises its spotless and untrodden peaks, white and dazzling against the pale blue wintry sky. A quiet land is this, a land where the slow-moving Basque, with his flat biretta cap, his red sash, and his hempen sandals, tills his scanty farm or drives his lean flock to their hillside pastures. It is the country of the wolf and the isard, of the brown bear and the mountain goat, a land of bare rock and of rushing water. Yet here it was that the will of a great prince had now assembled a gallant army, so that from the Adour to the passes of Navarre, the barren valleys and wind-swept wastes were populous with soldiers, and loud with the shouting of orders and the neighing of horses. For the banners of war had been flung to the wind once more, and over those glistening peaks was the highway along which honour pointed in an age when men had chosen her as their guide. And now all was ready for the enterprise. From Dax to Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port the country was mottled with the white tents of Gascons, Aquitanians, and English, all eager for the advance. From all sides the free companions had trooped in, until not less than 12,000 of these veteran troops were cantoned along the frontiers of Navarre. From England had arrived the prince's brother, the Duke of Lancaster, with 400 knights in his train and a strong company of archers. Above all, an heir to the throne had been born in Bordeaux, and the prince might leave his spouse with an easy mind, for all was well with mother and with child. The keys of the mountain passes still lay in the hands of the shifty and ignoble Charles of Navarre, who had chaffered and bargained both with the English and with the Spanish, taking money from the one side to hold them open, and from the other to keep them sealed. The mallet hand of Edward, however, had shattered all the schemes and wiles of the plotter. Neither entreaty nor courtly remonstrance came from the English prince, but Sir Hugh Calverley passed silently over the border with his company, and the blazing walls of the two cities of Miranda and Puente de la Rea warned the unfaithful monarch that there were other metals besides gold, and that he was dealing with a man to whom it was unsafe to lie. His price was paid, his objections silenced, and the mountain gorges lay open to the invaders. From the feast of the Epiphany there was mustering and massing, until in the first week of February, 3 days after the White Company joined the army, the word was given for a general advance through the defile of Roncesvalles. At 5 in the cold winter's morning the bugles were blowing in the hamlet of Saint-Jean-Pied-du-Port, and by 6 Sir Nigel's company, 300 strong, were on their way for the defile, pushing swiftly in the dim light up the steep curving road, for it was the prince's order that they should be the first to pass through, and that they should remain on guard at the further end until the whole army had emerged from the mountains. Day was already breaking in the east, and the summits of the great peaks had turned rosy red, while the valleys still lay in the shadow, when they found themselves with the cliffs on either hand and the long rugged pass stretching away before them. Sir Nigel rode his great black war horse at the head of his archers, dressed in full armour, with Black Simon bearing his banner behind him, while Allon, at his bridle arm, carried his blazoned shield and his well steeled ashen spear. A proud and happy man was the knight, and many a time he turned in his saddle to look at the long column of bowmen who swung swiftly along behind him.
"By St. Paul, Alleyne," said he, "this pass is a very perilous place, and I would that the King of Navarre had held it against us, for it would have been a very honorable venture had it fallen to us to win the passage. I have heard the minstrels sing of one Sir Roland who was slain by the infidels in these very parts."
"If it please you, my fair lord," said Black Simon, "I know something of these parts, for I have twice served a term with the King of Navarre. There is a hospice of monks yonder, where you may see the roof among the trees, and there it was that Sir Roland was slain. The village upon the left is Aubasieta, and I know a house therein where the right wine of Jurançon is to be bought, if it would please you to quaff a morning cup."
"There is smoke yonder upon the right."
"That is the village named Les Adoudes, and I know a hostel there also where the wine is of the best. It is said that the innkeeper hath a buried treasure, and I doubt not, my fair lord, that if you grant me leave I could prevail upon him to tell us where he hath hid it."
"Nay, nay, Simon," said Sir Nigel curtly, "I pray you to forget these free companion tricks. Ha, Edricson, I see that you stare about you, and in good sooth these mountains must seem wondrous indeed to one who hath but seen Butser or the Portsdown Hill." The broken and rugged road had wound along the crests of low hills, with wooded ridges on either side of it, over which peeped the loftier mountains, the distant peak of the south, and the vast Alta, which towered high above them and cast its black shadow from left to right across the valley. From where they now stood they could look forward down a long vista of beech woods and jagged rock strewn wilderness, all white with snow, to where the pass opened out upon the uplands beyond. Behind them they could still catch a glimpse of the grey plains of Gascony, and could see her rivers gleaming like coils of silver in the sunshine. As far as I could see, from among the rocky gorges and the bristles of the pine woods, there came the quick twinkle and glitter of steel, while the wind brought with it sudden distant bursts of martial music from the great host which rolled by every road and bypath towards the narrow pass of Roncesvalles. On the cliffs on either side might also be seen the flash of arms and the waving of pennons, where the force of Navarre looked down upon the army of strangers who passed through their territories.
"By St. Paul," said Sir Nigel, blinking up at them, "I think that we may have much to hope for from these cavaliers, for they cluster very thickly upon our flanks. Pass word to the men, Aylward, that they unsling their bows, for I have no doubt that there are some very worthy gentlemen yonder who may give us some opportunity for honorable advancement."
"I hear that the prince hath the King of Navarre as hostage," said Alleyne, "and it is said that he hath sworn to put him to death if there be any attack upon us."
"It was not so that war was made when good King Edward first turned his hand to it," said Sir Nigel sadly.
"Ah, Alleyne, I fear that you will never live to see such things, for the minds of men are more set upon money and gain than of old.
By St. Paul, it was a noble sight when two great armies would draw together upon a certain day, and all who had a vow would ride forth to discharge themselves of it. What noble spear runnings have I not seen, and even in a humble way taken part in, when cavaliers would run a course for the easing of their souls and for the love of their ladies. Never a bad word have I for the French, for though I have ridden 20 times up to their array, I have never yet failed to find some very gentle and worthy knight or squire who was willing to do what he might to enable me to attempt some small feat of arms. Then, when all cavaliers had been satisfied, the two armies would come to handstrokes, and fight right merrily until one or other had the vantage. By St. Paul, it was not our wont in those days to pay gold for the opening of passes, nor would we hold a king as hostage lest his people come to thrusts with us. In good sooth, if the war is to be carried out in such a fashion, then it is grief to me that I ever came away from Castle Twynham.
for I would not have left my sweet lady had I not thought that there were deeds of arms to be done." "But surely, my fair lord," said Alleyne, "you have done some great feats of arms since we left the Lady Loring." "I cannot call any to mind," answered Sir Nigel. "There was the taking of the sea rovers, and the holding of the keep against the Jacks." "Nay, nay," said the knight, "these were not feats of arms, but mere wayside ventures and the chances of travel. By St. Paul! if it were not that these hills are over steep for pommers, I would ride to these cavaliers of Navarre and see if there were not some among them who would help me to take this patch from mine eye. It is a sad sight to see this very fine pass, which mine own company here could hold against an army, and yet to ride through it with as little profit as though it were the lane from my kennels to the Avon." All morning Sir Nigel rode in a very ill humour, with his company tramping behind him. It was a toilsome march, over broken ground and through snow which came often as high as the knee, yet ere the sun had begun to sink they had reached the spot where the gorge opens out on to the uplands of Navarre, and could see the towers of Pampeluna jutting up against the southern skyline. Here the company were quartered in a scattered mountain hamlet, and Alleyne spent the day looking down upon the swarming army which poured with gleam of spears and flaunt of standards through the narrow pass.
"Hold up, mon gar," said Aylward, seating himself upon a boulder by his side. "This is indeed a fine sight upon which it is good to look, and a man might go far ere he would see so many brave men and fine horses. By my hilt, our little lord is wroth because we have come peacefully through the passes, but I will warrant him that we have fighting enow ere we turn our faces northward again. It is said that there are 80,000 men behind the King of Spain, with Du Guesclin and all the best lances of France, who have sworn to shed their heart's blood ere this Pedro come again to the throne."
"Yet our own army is a great one," said Alleyne.
"Nay, there are but 27,000 men. Chandos hath persuaded the prince to leave many behind, and indeed I think that he is right, for there is little food and less water in these parts for which we are bound. A man without his meat, or a horse without his fodder, is like a wet bowstring, fit for little. But voila, mon petit, here comes Chandos with his company, and there is many a pencil and banderole among yonder squadrons, which show that the best blood of England is riding under his banners."
Whilst Aylward had been speaking, a strong column of archers had defiled through the pass beneath them. They were followed by a banner bearer, who held high the scarlet wedge upon a silver field, which proclaimed the presence of the famous warrior. He rode himself within a spear's length of his standard, clad from neck to foot in steel, but draped in the long linen gown or parement which was destined to be the cause of his death. His plumed helmet was carried behind him by his body squire, and his head was covered by a small purple cap, from under which his snow white hair curled downwards to his shoulders. With his long beak like nose, and his single gleaming eye, which shone brightly from under a thick tuft of grizzled brow, he seemed to Alleyne to have something of the look of some fierce old bird of prey. For a moment he smiled as his eye lit upon the banner of the 5 roses waving from the hamlet, but his course lay for Pampeluna, and he rode on after the archers. Close at his heels came 16 squires, all chosen from the highest families, and behind them rode 1,200 English knights, with gleam of steel and tossing of plumes, their harness jingling, their long straight swords clanking against their stirrup irons, and the beat of their chargers' hoofs like the low deep roar of the sea upon the shore. Behind them marched 600 Cheshire and Lancashire archers bearing the badge of the Audleys, followed by the famous Lord Audley himself, with the 4 valiant squires, Dutton of Dutton, Delves of Doddington, Foulhurst of Crewe, and Hawkstone of Wain Hill, who had all won such glory at Poitiers. 200 heavily armed cavalry rode behind the Audley standard, while close at their heels came the Duke of Lancaster with glittering train, heralds tabarded with the royal arms riding three deep upon cream-coloured chargers in front of him. On either side of the young prince rode the two seneschals of Aquitaine, Sir Giscard d'Angles and Sir Stephen Cossington, the one bearing the banner of the province, and the other that of St. George. Away behind him, as far as eye could reach, rolled the far-stretching, unbroken river of steel, rank after rank and column after column, with waving of plumes, glitter of arms, tossing of guidons, and flash and flutter of countless armorial devices. All day Alleyne looked down upon the changing scene, and all day the old bowman stood by his elbow, pointing out the crests of famous warriors and the arms of noble houses. Here were the gold mullets of the Packingtons, the sable and ermine of the Mackworths, the scarlet bars of the Wakes, the gold and blue of the Grosvenors, the cinquefoil of the Cliftons, the annulets of the Musgraves, the silver pinions of the Beauchamps, the crosses of the Molyneux, the bloody chevron of the Woodhouses, the red and silver of the Worsleys, the swords of the Clarks, the boar's heads of the Lucys, the crescents of the Boyntons, and the wolf and dagger of the Lipscombs. So, through the sunny winter day, the chivalry of England poured down through the dark pass of Roncesvalles to the plains of Spain. It was on a Monday that the Duke of Lancaster's division passed safely through the Pyrenees. On the Tuesday there was a bitter frost, and the ground rung like iron beneath the feet of the horses. Yet ere evening the prince himself, with the main battle of his army, had passed the gorge and united with his vanguard at Pampeluna. With him rode the King of Majorca, the hostage King of Navarre, and the fierce Don Pedro of Spain, whose pale blue eyes gleamed with a sinister light as they rested once more upon the distant peaks of the land which had disowned him. Under the royal banners rode many a bold Gascon baron, and many a hot-blooded islander. Here were the high stewards of Aquitaine, of Saintonge, of La Rochelle, of Quercy, of Limousin, of Agenois, of Pitou, and of Bigorre, with the banners and musters of their provinces. Here also were the valiant Earl of Angus, Sir Thomas Bannister, with his garter over his greave, Sir Neil Loring, the second cousin to Sir Nigel, and a long column of Welsh footmen who marched under the red banner of Merlin. From dawn to sundown the long train wound through the pass, their breath reeking up upon the frosty air like the steam from a cauldron. The weather was less keen upon the Wednesday, and the rear guard made good their passage, with the bombards and the waggon train. Free companions and Gascons made up this portion of the army, to the number of 10,000 men. The fierce Sir Hugh Calverley, with his yellow mane, and the rugged Sir Robert Knolles, with their war-hardened and veteran companies of English bowmen, headed the long column, while behind them came the turbulent bands of the Bastard of Breteuil, Nandon de Bageron, One-eyed Camus, Black Ortinho, La Nuit, and others whose very names seemed to smack of hard hands and ruthless deeds. With them also were the pick of the Gascon chivalry, the old Duc d'Armagnac, his nephew Lord d'Albret, brooding and scowling over his wrongs, the giant Oliver de Clisson, the Captal de Buch, pink of knighthood, the sprightly Sir Perdugas d'Albret, the red-bearded Lord d'Espard, and a long train of needy and grasping border nobles, with long pedigrees and short purses, who had come down from their hillside strongholds, all hungering for the spoils and the ransoms of Spain. By the Thursday morning the whole army was encamped in the Vale of Pampeluna, and the prince had called his council. Chapter 34 of the White Company. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. The White Company by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 34. How the Company made sport in the Vale of Pampeluna. Whilst the Counsel was sitting in Pampeluna, the White Company, having encamped in a neighbouring valley close to the companies of La Nuit and of Black Ortingo, were amusing themselves with sword play, wrestling, and shooting at the shields which they had placed upon the hillside to serve them as butts. The younger archers, with their coats of mail thrown aside, their brown or flaxen hair tossing in the wind, and their jerkins turned back to give free play to their brawny chests and arms, stood in lines, each loosing his shaft in turn, while Johnston, Aylward, Black Simon, and half a score of the elders lounged up and down with critical eyes, and a word of rough praise or of curt censure for the marksman. Behind stood knots of Gascon and Brabant crossbowmen from the companies of Ortingo and of La Nuit, leaning upon their unsightly weapons and watching the practice of the Englishmen. "A good shot, Hewitt, a good shot," said old Johnston to a young bowman who stood with his bow in his left hand, gazing with parted lips after his flying shaft. "You see, she finds the ring, as I knew she would from the moment that your string twanged." "Loose it easy, steady and yet sharp," said Aylward. "By my hilt, mon gar, it is very well when you do but shoot at a shield, but when there is a man behind the shield, and he rides at you with wave of sword and glint of eyes from behind his visor, you may find him a less easy mark." "It is a mark that I have found before now," answered the young bowman. "And shall again, camarade, I doubt not. But hola, Johnston, who is this who holds his bow like a crow keeper?" "'Tis Silas Peterson of Horsham. Do not wink with one eye and look with the other, Silas, and do not hop and dance after you shoot with your tongue out, for that will not speed it upon its way. Stand straight and firm as God made you. Oh, move not the bow arm, and steady with the drawing hand." "I'faith," said Black Simon, "I am a spearman myself, and am more fitted for hand strokes than for such work as this. Yet I have spent my days among bowmen, and I have seen many a brave shaft sped. I will not say but that we have some good marksmen here, and that this company would be accounted a fine body of archers at any time or place. Yet I do not see any man who bends so strong a bow, or shoot as true a shaft as those whom I have known." "You say sooth," said Johnston, turning his seamed and grizzled face upon the man-at-arms. "See yonder," he added, pointing to a bombard which lay within the camp. "There is what hath done scathe to good bowmanship, with its filthy soot and foolish roaring mouth. I wonder that a true knight, like our prince, should carry such a scurvy thing in his train. Robin, thou red-headed lurden, how oft must I tell thee not to shoot straight with a quarter wind blowing across the mark?" "By these 10 finger bones, there were some fine bowmen at the intaking of Calais," said Aylward. "I well remember that on occasion of an outfall a Genoan raised his arm over his mantlet and shook it at us 100 paces from our line. There were 20 who loosed shafts at him. When the man was afterwards slain, it was found that he had taken 18 through his forearm." "And I can call to mind," remarked Johnston, "that when the great cog Christopher, which the French had taken from us, was moored 200 paces from the shore, 2 archers, little Robin with staff and Elias Baddlesmere, in 4 shots each cut every strand of her hempen anchor cord, so that she well nigh came upon the rocks." "Good shooting, i'faith, rare shooting," said Black Simon. "But I have seen you, Johnston, and you, Samkin Aylward, and 1 or 2 others who are still with us, shoot as well as the best. Was it not you, Johnston, who took the fat ox at Finsbury Butts against the pick of London town?" A sunburnt and black-eyed Brabanter had stood near the old archers, leaning upon a large crossbow and listening to their talk, which had been carried on in that hybrid camp dialect which both nations could understand.
He was a squat, bull-necked man, clad in the iron helmet, mail tunic, and woollen gambeson of his class. A jacket with hanging sleeves, slashed with velvet at the neck and wrists, showed that he was a man of some consideration, an under officer or file leader of his company. "I cannot think," said he, "why you English should be so fond of your 6-foot stick. If it amuse you to bend it, well and good, but why should I strain and pull, when my little moulinet will do all for me, and better than I can do it for myself?"
"I have seen good shooting with a prod and with a latch," said Aylward. "But by my hilt, camarade, with all respect to you and your bow, I think that it is but a woman's weapon, which a woman can point and loose as easily as a man."
"I know not about that," answered the Brabanter, "but this I know, that I have served for 14 years. I have never yet seen an Englishman do aught with a longbow which I could not do better with my arbalest. By the three kings, I would even go further, and say that I have done things with my arbalest which no Englishman could do with his longbow."
"Well said, mon gar," cried Aylward. "A good cock has ever a brave call. Now, I have shot little of late, but there is Johnston here, who will try a round with you for the honour of the company."
"And I will lay a gallon of Juraçon wine upon the longbow," said Black Simon, "though I had rather, for my own drinking, that it were a quart of Twynham ale." "I take both your challenge and your wager," said the man of Brabant, throwing off his jacket and glancing keenly about him with his black twinkling eyes. "I cannot see any fitting mark, for I care not to waste a bolt upon these shields, which a drunken boor could not miss at a village kermesse."
"This is a perilous man,"
whispered an English man-at-arms, plucking at Aylward's sleeve.
"He is the best marksman of all the crossbow companies, and it was he who brought down the Constable of Bourbon at Brignais. I fear that your man will come by little honour with him." "Yet I have seen Johnston shoot these 20 years, and I will not flinch from it. How say you, old warhound? Will you not have a flight shot or two with this springald?"
"Tut, tut, Aylward," said the old bowman. "My day is past, and it is for the younger ones to hold what we have gained. I take it unkindly of thee, Samkin, that thou shouldst call all eyes thus upon a broken bowman who could once shoot a fair shaft. Let me feel that bow, Wilkins. It is a Scotch bow, I see, for the upper nock is without and the lower within. By the Black Rood, it is a good piece of yew, well nocked, well strung, well waxed, and very joyful to the feel. I think that even now that I might hit any large and goodly mark with a bow like this. Turn thy quiver to me, Aylward. I'll have an ash arrow pierced with cornel wood for a roving shaft."
"By my hilt, and so do I," cried Aylward. "These 3 gander-wing shafts are such."
"So I see, comrade. It has been my wont to choose a saddle-backed feather for a dead shaft, and a swine-backed for a smooth flyer. I will take the 2 of them. Samkin, lad, the eye grows dim and the hand less firm as the years pass." "Come then, are you not ready?" said the Brabanter, who had watched with ill-concealed impatience the slow and methodic movements of his antagonist. "I will venture a rover with you, or try long butts or hoyles," said old Johnston. "To my mind the longbow is a better weapon than the arbalest, but it may be ill for me to prove it." "So I think," quoth the other with a sneer. He drew his moulinet from his girdle, and fixing it to the windlass, he drew back the powerful double cord until it had clicked into the catch. Then from his quiver he drew a short, thick quarrel, which he placed with the utmost care upon the groove. Word had spread of what was going forward, and the rivals were already surrounded, not only by the English archers of the company, but by hundreds of arbalestiers and men-at-arms from the bands of Ortinho and La Nuit, to the latter of which the Brabanter belonged. "There is a mark yonder on the hill," said he. "Mayhap you can discern it."
"I see something,"
answered Johnston, shading his eyes with his hand,
"but it is a very long shoot."
"A fair shoot, a fair shoot. Stand aside, Arnaud, lest you find a bolt through your gizzard. Now, comrade, I take no flight shot.
and I give you the vantage of watching my shaft." As he spoke he raised his arbalest to his shoulder, and was about to pull the trigger when a large grey stork flapped heavily into view, skimming over the brow of the hill, and then soaring up into the air to pass the valley. Its shrill and piercing cries drew all eyes upon it, and as it came nearer, a dark spot which circled above it resolved itself into a peregrine falcon, which hovered over its head, poising itself from time to time, and watching its chance of closing with its clumsy quarry. Nearer and nearer came the two birds, all absorbed in their own contest, the stork wheeling upwards, the hawk still fluttering above it, until they were not 100 paces from the camp. The Brabanter raised his weapon to the sky, and there came the short, deep twang of his powerful string. His bolt struck the stork just where its wing meets the body, and the bird whirled aloft in a last convulsive flutter before falling wounded and flapping to the earth. A roar of applause burst from the crossbowmen, but at the instant that the bolt struck its mark, old Johnston, who had stood listlessly with arrow on string, bent his bow and sped a shaft through the body of the falcon. Whipping the other from his belt, he sent it skimming some few feet from the earth with so true an aim that it struck and transfixed the stork for the second time ere it could reach the ground. A deep-chested shout of delight burst from the archers at the sight of this double feat, and Aylward, dancing with joy, threw his arms round the old marksman and embraced him with such vigour that their mail tunics clanged again.
"Ah, comrade," he cried, "you shall have a stoop with me for this. What then, old dog? Would not the hawk please thee, but thou must have the stork as well? Oh, to my heart again!"
"It is a pretty piece of yew, and well strung," said Johnston, with a twinkle in his deep set grey eyes.
"Even an old broken bowman might find the clout with a bow like this."
"You have done very well," remarked the Brabanter in a surly voice, "but it seems to me that you have not yet shown yourself to be a better marksman than I, for I have struck that at which I aimed, and by the three kings no man can do more."
"It would ill beseem me to claim to be a better marksman," answered Johnston, "for I have heard great things of your skill. I did but wish to show that the long bow could do that which an arbalest could not do, for you could not, with your moulinet, have your string ready to speed in the shaft ere the bird dropped to the earth."
"In that you have the vantage," said the crossbowman. "By St. James, it is now my turn to show you where my weapon has the better of you. I pray you to draw a flight shaft with all your strength down the valley, that we may see the length of your shoot."
"That is a very strong prod of yours," said Johnston, shaking his grizzled head as he glanced at the thick arch and powerful strings of his rival's arbalest. "I have little doubt that you can overshoot me, and yet I have seen bowmen who could send a cloth-yard arrow further than you could speed a quarrel."
"So I have heard," remarked the Brabanter, "and yet it is a strange thing that these wondrous bowmen are never where I chance to be. Pace out the distances with a wand at every 5 score, and do you, Arnaud, stand at the 5th wand to carry back my bolts to me." A line was measured down the valley, and Johnston, drawing an arrow to the very head, sent it whistling over the row of wands.
"Bravely drawn! A rare shoot!" shouted the bystanders.
"It is well up to the 4th mark."
"By my hilt, it is over it!" cried Aylward. "I can see where they have stooped to gather up the shaft."
"We shall hear anon," said Johnston quietly, and presently a young archer came running to say that the arrow had fallen 20 paces beyond the 4th wand. 400 paces and a score," cried Black Simon. "I'faith, it is a very long flight. Yet wood and steel may do more than flesh and blood." The Brabanter stepped forward with a smile of conscious triumph, and loosed the cord of his weapon. A shout burst from his comrades as they watched the swift and lofty flight of the heavy bolt.
"Over the 4th," groaned Aylward. "By my hilt, I think that it is well up to the 5th."
"It is over the 5th," cried a Gascon loudly, and a comrade came running with waving arms to say that the bolt had pitched 8 paces beyond the mark of the 500.
"Which weapon hath advantage now?" cried the Brabanter, strutting proudly about with shouldered arbalest amid the applause of his companions. "You can overshoot me," said Johnston gently. "Or any other man who ever bent a longbow," cried his victorious adversary.
"Nay, not so fast,"
said a huge archer, whose mighty shoulders and red head towered high above the throng of his comrades.
"I must have a word with you ere you crow so loudly. Where is my little popper? By Sainted Dick of Hampole, it will be a strange thing if I cannot outshoot that little thing of thine, which to mine eyes is more like a rat trap than a bow. Will you try another flight, or do you stand by your last?"
508 paces will serve my turn," answered the Brabanter, looking askance at this new opponent.
"Tut, John," whispered Aylward, "you never were a marksman. Why must you thrust your spoon into this dish?" "Easy and slow, Aylward. There are very many things which I cannot do, but there are also one or two which I have the trick of. It is in my mind that I can beat this shoot, if my bow will but hold together."
"Go on, old babe of the woods. Have at it, Hampshire," cried the archers, laughing.
"By my soul, you may grin," cried John, "but I learned how to make the long shoot from old Hob Miller of Milford."
He took up a great black bow as he spoke, and sitting down upon the ground, he placed his 2 feet on either end of the stave. With an arrow fitted, he then pulled the string towards him with both hands until the head of the shaft was level with the wood. The great bow creaked and groaned, and the cord vibrated with the tension.
"Who is this fool's head who stands in the way of my shoot?"
said he, craning up his neck from the ground. "He stands on the further side of my mark," answered the Brabanter, "so he has little to fear from you."
"Well, the saints assoil him," cried John, "though I think he is over near to be scathed."
As he spoke, he raised his 2 feet with the bow stave upon their soles, and his cord twanged with a deep, rich hum which might be heard across the valley. Then the measurer in the distance fell flat upon his face, and then, jumping up again, he began to run in the opposite direction. "Well shot, old lad! It is indeed over his head," cried the bowman.
"Mon Dieu!"
exclaimed the Brabanter. "Whoever saw such a shoot?"
"It is but a trick," quoth John. "Many a time have I won a gallon of ale by covering a mile in 3 flights down Wilverley Chase."
"It fell 130 paces beyond the 5th mark," shouted an archer in the distance. 630 paces! Mon Dieu, but that is a shoot! And yet it says nothing for your weapon, mon gros camarade, for it was by turning yourself into a crossbow that you did it."
"By my hilt, there is truth in that," cried Aylward. "And now, friend, I will myself show you a vantage of the longbow. I pray you to speed a bolt against yonder shield with all your force. It is an inch of elm with a bull's hide over it."
"I scarce shot as many shafts at Brignais," growled the man of Brabant, "though I found a better mark there than a cantle of bull's hide. But what is this, Englishman? The shield hangs not 100 paces from me, and a blind man could strike it." He screwed up his string to the furthest pitch, and shot his quarrel at the dangling shield. Aylward, who had drawn an arrow from his quiver, carefully greased the head of it, and sped it at the same mark.
"Run, Wilkins," quoth he, "and fetch me the shield."
Long were the faces of the Englishmen, and broad the laugh of the crossbowmen, as the heavy mantlet was carried towards them, for there in the centre was a thick Brabant bolt driven deeply into the wood, while there was neither sign nor trace of the cloth-yard shaft. "By the 3 kings!" cried the Brabanter, "this time at least there is no gainsaying which is the better weapon, or which the truer hand that held it. You have missed the shield, Englishman."
Tarry a bit, mon gar,"
quoth Aylward, and turning round the shield he showed a round clear hole in the wood at the back of it.
"My shaft has passed through it, camarade, and I trow the one which goes through is more to be feared than the one which bides on the way."
The Brabanter stamped his foot with mortification, and was about to make some angry reply, when Alleyne Edricson came riding up to the crowds of archers. "Sir Nigel will be here soon," said he, "and it is his wish to speak with the company."
In an instant order and method took the place of general confusion. Bows, steel caps, and jacks were all caught up from the grass. A long cordon cleared the camp of all strangers, while the main body fell into 4 lines, with under officers and file leaders in front and on either flank. So they stood silent and motionless when their leader came riding towards them, his face shining and his whole small figure swelling with the news which he bore. "Great honor has been done to us, men," cried he, "for of all the army the prince has chosen us out, that we should ride onwards into the lands of Spain to spy on our enemies. Yet, as there are many of us, and as the service may not be to the liking of all, I pray that those will step forward from the ranks who have the will to follow me." There was a rustle among the bowmen. When Sir Nigel looked up at them, no man stood forward from his fellows, but the 4 lines of men stretched unbroken as before. Sir Nigel blinked at them in amazement, and a look of deepest sorrow shadowed his face. "That I should live to see the day!" he cried. "What, not one?" "My fair lord," whispered Alleyne, "they have all stepped forward." "Ah, by St. Paul, I see how it is with them. I could not think that they would desert me. We start at dawn to-morrow, and ye are to have the horses of Sir Robert Cheney's company. Be ready, I pray thee, at early cockcrow." A buzz of delight burst from the archers as they broke their ranks and ran hither and thither, whooping and cheering like boys who have news of a holiday. Sir Nigel gazed after them with a smiling face, when a heavy hand fell upon his shoulder. "What ho, my knight errant of Twynham!" said a voice. "You are off to Ebro, I hear, and by the holy fish of Tobias you must take me under your banner." "What, Sir Oliver Buttesthorn!" cried Sir Nigel. "I had heard that you were come into camp, and had hoped to see you. Glad and proud shall I be to have you with me." "I have a most particular and weighty reason for wishing to go," said the sturdy knight. "I can well believe it," returned Sir Nigel. "I have met no man who is quicker to follow where honour leads." "Nay, it is not for honour that I go, Nigel." "For what then?" "For pullets." "Pullets?" "Yes, for the rascal vanguard had cleared every hen from the countryside. It was this very morning that Norbury, my squire, lamed his horse in riding round in quest for one, for we have a bag of truffles, and naught to eat with them. Never have I seen such locusts as this vanguard of ours. Not a pullet shall we see until we are in front of them. So I shall leave my Winchester renegades to the care of the provost marshal, and I shall hie south with you, Nigel, with my truffles at my saddle-bow." "Oliver, Oliver, I know you over well," said Sir Nigel, shaking. Chapter 35 of the White Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. The White Company by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 35. How Sir Nigel hawked at an eagle. To the south of Pampeluna, in the kingdom of Navarre, there stretched a high tableland, rising into bare sterile hills, brown or grey in colour, and strewn with huge boulders of granite. On the Gascon side of the great mountains there had been running streams, meadows, forests, and little nestling villages. Here, on the contrary, were nothing but naked rocks, poor pasture, and savage, stone-strewn wastes. Gloomy defiles or barrancas intersected this wild country, with mountain torrents dashing and foaming between their rugged sides. The clatter of waters, the scream of the eagle, and the howling of wolves, the only sounds which broke upon the silence in that dreary and inhospitable region. Through this wild country it was that Sir Nigel and his company pushed their way, riding at times through vast defiles,
where the brown gnarled cliffs shot up on either side of them, and the sky was but a long winding blue slit between the clustering lines of box which fringed the lips of the precipices; or, again, leading their horses along the narrow and rocky paths worn by the muleteers upon the edges of the chasm, where under their very elbows they could see the white streak which marked the Gave, which foamed 1,000 feet below them. So for 2 days they pushed their way through the wild places of Navarre, past Fuente, over the rapid Ega, through Estella, until upon a winter's evening the mountains fell away from in front of them, and they saw the broad blue Ebro curving betwixt its double line of homesteads and of villages. The fishers of Viana were aroused that night by rough voices speaking in a strange tongue, and ere morning Sir Nigel and his men had ferried the river and were safe upon the land of Spain. All the next day they lay in a pine wood near to the town of Logrono, resting their horses and taking counsel as to what they should do. Sir Nigel had with him Sir William Felton, Sir Oliver Buttesthorn, stout old Sir Simon Burley, the Scotch knight errant, the Earl of Angus, and Sir Richard Causton, all accounted amongst the bravest knights in the army, together with 60 veteran men at arms and 320 archers. Spies had been sent out in the morning, and returned after nightfall to say that the King of Spain was encamped some 14 miles off in the direction of Burgos, having with him 20,000 horse and 45,000 foot. A dry wood fire had been lit, and round this the leaders crouched, the glare beating upon their rugged faces, while the hardy archers lounged and chatted amid the tethered horses, while they munched their scanty provisions. "For my part," said Sir Simon Burley, "I am of opinion that we have already done that which we have come for. For do we not now know where the king is, and how great a following he hath, which was the end of our journey?" "True," answered Sir William Felton, "but I have come on this venture because it is a long time since I have broken a spear in war, and, certes, I shall not go back until I have run a course with some cavalier of Spain. Let those go back who will, but I must see more of these Spaniards ere I turn." "I will not leave you, Sir William," returned Sir Simon Burley, "and yet, as an old soldier and one who hath seen much of war, I cannot but think that it is an ill thing for 400 men to find themselves between an army of 60,000 on the one side and a broad river on the other." "Yet," said Sir Richard Causton, "we cannot, for the honour of England, go back without a blow struck." "Nor for the honour of Scotland either," cried the Earl of Angus. "By St. Andrew, I wish that I may never set eyes upon the water of Leith again, if I pluck my horse's bridle ere I had seen this camp of theirs." "By St. Paul, you have spoken very well," said Sir Nigel, "and I have always heard that there were very worthy gentlemen among the Scots, and fine skirmishing to be had upon their border. Bethink you, Sir Simon, that we have this news from the lips of common spies, who can scarce tell us as much of the enemy and of his forces as the prince would wish to hear." "You are the leader of this venture, Sir Nigel," the other answered, "and I do but ride under your banner." "Yet I would fain have your rede and counsel, Sir Simon. But touching what you say of the river, we can take heed that we shall not have it at the back of us, for the prince hath now advanced to Salvatierra and thence to Vittoria, so that if we come upon their camp from the further side we can make good our retreat." "What then would you propose?" asked Sir Simon, shaking his grizzled head as one who is but half convinced. "That we ride forward ere the news reach them that we have crossed the river. In this way we may have sight of their army, and perchance even find occasion for some small deed against them." "So be it then," said Sir Simon Burley, and the rest of the council having approved, a scanty meal was hurriedly snatched, and the advance resumed under the cover of darkness. All night they led their horses, stumbling and groping through wild defiles and rugged valleys, following the guidance of a frightened peasant who was strapped by the wrist to Black Simon's stirrup leather. With the early dawn they found themselves in a black ravine, with others sloping away from it on either side, and bare brown crags rising in long bleak terraces all round them.
"If it please you, fair lord," said Black Simon, "this man hath misled us, and since there is no tree upon which we may hang him, it might be well to hurl him over yonder cliff."
The peasant, reading the soldier's meaning in his fierce eyes and harsh accents, dropped upon his knees, screaming loudly for mercy.
"How comes it, dog?"
asked Sir William Felton in Spanish.
"Where is this camp to which you swore that you would lead us?"
"By the sweet Virgin, by the blessed Mother of God," cried the trembling peasant, "I swear to you that in the darkness I have myself lost the path."
"Over the cliff with him!" shouted half a dozen voices.
But ere the archers could drag him from the rocks to which he clung, Sir Nigel had ridden up and called upon them to stop.
"How is this, sirs?"
said he. "As long as the prince doth give me the honour to entrust this venture to me, it is for me only to give orders. And by St. Paul, I shall be right blithe to go very deeply into the matter with any one to whom my words may give offence. How say you, Sir William? Or you, my Lord Angus? Or you, Sir Richard?"
"Nay, nay, Nigel," cried Sir William. "This base peasant is too small a matter for old comrades to quarrel over. But he hath betrayed us, and certes he hath merited a dog's death."
"Hark ye, fellow," said Sir Nigel, "we give you one more chance to find the path.
We are about to gain much honour, Sir William, in this enterprise, and it would be a sorry thing if the first blood shed were that of an unworthy boor. Let us say our morning orisons, and it may chance that ere we finish he may strike upon the track." With bowed heads and steel caps in hand, the archers stood at their horses' heads, while Sir Simon Burley repeated the Pater, the Ave, and the Credo. Long did Alleyne bear the scene in mind, the knot of knights in their dull leaden hued armour, the ruddy visage of Sir Oliver, the craggy features of the Scottish earl, the shining scalp of Sir Nigel, with the dense ring of hard bearded faces, and the long brown heads of the horses, all topped and circled by the beetling cliffs. Scarce had the last deep Amen broken from the company, when in an instant there rose a scream of 100 bugles, and the deep rolling of drums and the clashing of cymbals, all sounding together in one deafening uproar. Knights and archers sprang to arms, convinced that some great host was upon them, but the guide dropped upon his knees and thanked Heaven for its mercies. "We have found them, caballeros," he cried. "This is their morning call. If ye will but deign to follow me, I will set them before you ere a man might tell his beads." As he spoke he scrambled down one of the narrow ravines, and climbing over a low ridge at the further end, he led them into a short valley with a stream purling down the centre of it, and a very thick growth of elder and of box upon either side. Pushing their way through the dense brushwood, they looked out upon a scene which made their hearts beat harder and their breath come faster. In front of them there lay a broad plain, watered by two winding streams and covered with grass, stretching away to where, in the furthest distance, the towers of Burgos bristled up against the light blue morning sky. Over all this vast meadow there lay a great city of tents, thousands upon thousands of them, laid out in streets and in squares like a well ordered town. High silken pavilions or coloured marquees, shooting up from among the crowd of meaner dwellings, marked where the great lords and barons of Leon and Castile displayed their standards, while over the white roofs, as far as I could reach, the waving of ancients, pavons, pensils, and banderoles, with flash of gold and glow of colours, proclaimed that all the chivalry of Iberia were mustered in the plain beneath them. Far off, in the centre of the camp, a huge palace of red and white silk, with the royal arms of Castile waving from the summit, announced that the gallant Henry lay there in the midst of his warriors. As the English adventurers, peeping out from behind their brushwood screen, looked down upon this wondrous sight, they could see that the vast army in front of them was already afoot.
The first pink light of the rising sun glittered upon the steel caps and breastplates of dense masses of slingers and of crossbowmen, who drilled and marched in the spaces which had been left for their exercise. 1,000 columns of smoke reeked up into the pure morning air, where the faggots were piled and the camp kettles already simmering. In the open plain, clouds of light horse galloped and swooped, with swaying bodies and waving javelins, after the fashion which the Spanish had adopted from their Moorish enemies. All along, by the sedgy banks of the rivers, long lines of pages led their masters' chargers down to water, while the knights themselves lounged in gaily dressed groups about the doors of their pavilions, or rode out with their falcons upon their wrists and their greyhounds behind them, in quest of quail or of leveret.
"By my hilt, mon gar,"
whispered Aylward to Alleyne, as the young squire stood with parted lips and wondering eyes, gazing down at the novel scene before him,
"we have been seeking them all night, but now that we have found them, I know not what we are to do with them."
"You stay soothed, Samkin," quoth old Johnston.
"I would that we were upon the far side of the Ebro again, for there is neither honour nor profit to be gained here. What say you, Simon?"
"By the rood," cried the fierce man at arms, "I will see the colour of their blood ere I turn my mare's head for the mountains. Am I a child, that I should ride for 3 days and naught but words at the end of it?"
"Well said, my sweet honeysuckle," cried Hordle John. "I am with you like hilt to blade. Could I but lay hands upon one of those gay prancers yonder, I doubt not that I should have ransom enough from him to buy my mother a new cow."
"A cow!"
said Aylward. "Say rather 10 acres and a homestead on the banks of the Avon." "Say you so? Then, by Our Lady, here is for yonder one in the red jerkin."
He was about to push recklessly forward into the open, when Sir Nigel himself darted in front of him, with his hand upon his breast. "Back," said he. "Our time is not yet come, and we must lie here until evening. Throw off your jacks and headpieces, lest their eyes catch the shine, and tether the horses among the rocks." The order was swiftly obeyed, and in 10 minutes the archers were stretched along by the side of the brook, munching the bread and the bacon which they had brought in their bags, and craning their necks to watch the ever changing scene beneath them. Very quiet and still they lay, save for a muttered jest or whispered order, for twice during the long morning they heard bugle calls from amid the hills on either side of them, which showed that they had thrust themselves in between the outposts of the enemy. The leaders sat amongst the boxwood and took counsel together as to what they should do, while from below there surged up the buzz of voices, the shouting, the neighing of horses, and all the uproar of a great camp. "What boots it to wait?" said Sir William Felton. "Let us ride down upon their camp ere they discover us."
"And so say I," cried the Scottish earl, "for they do not know that there is any enemy within 30 long leagues of them."
"For my part," said Sir Simon Burley, "I think that it is madness, for you cannot hope to rout this great army, and where are you to go, and what are you to do when they have turned upon you? How say you, Sir Oliver Buttesthorn?"
"By the apple of Eve," cried the fat knight, "it appears to me that this wind brings a very savoury smell of garlic and of onions from their cooking kettles. I am in favour of riding down upon them at once, if my old friend and comrade here is of the same mind."
"Nay," said Sir Nigel, "I have a plan by which we may attempt some small deed upon them, and yet, by the help of God, may be able to draw off again, which, as Sir Simon Burley hath said, would be scarce possible in any other way." "How then, Sir Nigel?" asked several voices. "We shall lie here all day, for amid this brushwood it is ill for them to see us. Then, when evening comes, we shall sally out upon them and see if we may not gain some honourable advancement from them." "But why then rather than now?" "Because we shall have nightfall to cover us when we draw off, so that we may make our way back through the mountains.
I would station a score of archers here in the pass, with all our pennons jutting forth from the rocks, and as many nakers and drums and bugles as we have with us, so that those who follow us in the fading light may think that the whole army of the prince is upon them, and fear to go further. What think you of my plan, Sir Simon?"
"By my troth, I think very well of it," cried the prudent old commander. "If 400 men must needs run a tilt against 60,000, I cannot see how they can do it better or more safely."
"And so say I," cried Felton heartily. "But I wish the day were over, for it will be an ill thing for us if they chance to light upon us." The words were scarce out of his mouth when there came a clatter of loose stones, the sharp clink of trotting hoofs, and a dark faced cavalier mounted upon a white horse burst through the bushes and rode swiftly down the valley from the end which was farthest from the Spanish camp. Lightly armed, with his visor open and a hawk perched upon his left wrist, he looked about him with the careless air of a man who is bent wholly upon pleasure, and unconscious of the possibility of danger. Suddenly, however, his eyes lit upon the fierce faces which glared out at him from the brushwood. With a cry of terror he thrust his spurs into his horse's sides and dashed for the narrow opening of the gorge. For a moment it seemed as though he would have reached it, for he had trampled over or dashed aside the archers who threw themselves in his way. But Hordle John seized him by the foot in his grasp of iron and dragged him from the saddle, while two others caught the frightened horse.
"Ho, ho!" roared the great archer. "How many cows wilt buy my mother if I set thee free?"
"Hush that bull's bellowing!" cried Sir Nigel impatiently. "Bring the man here. By St. Paul, it is not the first time that we have met, for if I mistake not it is Don Diego Alvarez, who was once at the prince's court." "It is indeed I," said the Spanish knight, speaking in the French tongue, "and I pray you to pass your sword through my heart, for how can I live, I, a caballero of Castile, after being dragged from my horse by the base hands of a common archer?" "Fret not for that," answered Sir Nigel, "for in sooth, had he not pulled you down, a dozen cloth-yard shafts had crossed each other in your body." "By St. James, it were better so than to be polluted by his touch," answered the Spaniard, with his black eyes sparkling with rage and hatred. "I trust that I am now the prisoner of some honorable knight or gentleman." "You are prisoner of the man who took you, Sir Diego," answered Sir Nigel, "and I may tell you that better men than either you or I have found themselves before now prisoners in the hands of archers of England." "What ransom then does he demand?" asked the Spaniard. Big John scratched his red head and grinned in high delight when the question was propounded to him.
"Tell him," said he, "that I shall have 10 cows and a bull too, if it be but a little one. Also a dress of blue sendal for mother and a red one for Joan, with 5 acres of pasture land, 2 scythes, and a fine new grindstone. Likewise a small house with stalls for the cows, and 36 gallons of beer for the thirsty weather."
"Tut, tut!" cried Sir Nigel, laughing. "All these things may be had for money, and I think, Don Diego, that 5,000 crowns is not too much for so renowned a knight. It shall be duly paid him. For some days we must keep you with us, and I must crave leave also to use your shield, your armor, and your horse." "My harness is yours by the law of arms," said the Spaniard gloomily. "I do but ask the loan of it. I have need of it this day, but it shall be duly returned to you. Set guards, Aylward, with arrow on string at either end of the pass, for it may happen that some other cavaliers may visit us ere the time be come." All day the little band of Englishmen lay in the sheltered gorge, looking down upon the vast host of their unconscious enemies. Shortly after midday a great uproar of shouting and cheering broke out in the camp, with mustering of men and calling of bugles. Clambering up upon the rocks, the companions saw a long rolling cloud of dust along the whole eastern skyline, with the glint of spears and the flutter of pennons, which announced the approach of a large body of cavalry. For a moment a wild hope came upon them that perhaps the prince had moved more swiftly than had been planned, and that he had crossed the Ebro, and that this was his vanguard sweeping to the attack. "Surely I see the red pile of Chandos at the head of yonder squadron," cried Sir Richard Causton, shading his eyes with his hand. "Not so," answered Sir Simon Burley, who had watched the approaching host with a darkening face. "It is even as I feared. That is the double eagle of Du Guesclin." "You say very truly," cried the Earl of Angus. "These are the levies of France, for I can see the ensigns of the Marshal d'Andreghen, and that of the Lord d'Antoine, and of Briseuil, and of many another from Brittany and Anjou." "By St. Paul, I am very glad of it," said Sir Nigel. "Of these Spaniards I know nothing, but the French are very worthy gentlemen, and will do what they can for our advancement." "There are at least 4,000 of them, all men at arms," cried Sir William Felton. "See, there is Bertrand himself beside his banner, and there is King Henry, who rides to welcome him. Now they all turn and come into camp together." As he spoke, the vast throng of Spaniards and of Frenchmen trooped across the plain, with brandished arms and tossing banners. All day long the sound of revelry and of rejoicing from the crowded camp swelled up to the ears of the Englishmen, and they could see the soldiers of the two nations throwing themselves into each other's arms and dancing hand in hand round the blazing fires. The sun had sunk behind a cloud bank in the west before Sir Nigel at last gave word that the men should resume their arms and have their horses ready. He had himself thrown off his armour, and had dressed himself from head to foot in the harness of the captured Spaniard. "Sir William," said he, "it is my intention to attempt a small deed, and I ask you therefore that you will lead this outfall upon the camp. For me, I will ride into their camp with my squire and 2 archers. I pray you to watch me, and to ride forth when I am come among the tents. You will leave 20 men behind here, as we planned this morning, and you will ride back here after you have ventured as far as seems good to you." "I will do as you order, Nigel, but what is it that you propose to do?" "You will see anon, and indeed it is but a trifling matter. Alleyne, you will come with me and lead a spare horse by the bridle. I will have the 2 archers who rode with us through France, for they are trusty men and of stout heart. Let them ride behind us, and let them leave their bows here among the bushes, for it is not my wish that they should know that we are Englishmen. Say no word to any whom we may meet, and if any speak to you, pass on as though you heard them not. Are you ready?" "I am ready, my fair lord," said Alleyne.
"And I." "And I," cried Aylward and John. "Then the rest I leave to your wisdom, Sir William, and if God sends us fortune we shall meet you again in this gorge ere it be dark." So saying, Sir Nigel mounted the white horse of the Spanish cavalier, and rode quietly forth from his concealment, with his 3 companions behind him, Alleyne leading his master's own steed by the bridle. So many small parties of French and Spanish horse were sweeping hither and thither that the small band attracted little notice, and making its way at a gentle trot across the plain, they came as far as the camp without challenge or hindrance. On and on they pushed past the endless lines of tents, amid the dense swarms of horsemen and of footmen, until the huge royal pavilion stretched in front of them. They were close upon it, when of a sudden there broke out a wild hubbub from a distant portion of the camp, with screams and war cries, and all the wild tumult of battle. At the sound soldiers came rushing from their tents, knights shouted loudly for their squires, and there was a mad turmoil on every hand of bewildered men and plunging horses. At the royal tent a crowd of gorgeously dressed servants ran hither and thither in helpless panic, for the guard of soldiers who were stationed there had already ridden off in the direction of the alarm. A man at arms on either side of the doorway were the sole protectors of the royal dwelling. "I have come for the king," whispered Sir Nigel, "and by St. Paul he must back with us, or I must bide here."
Alleyne and Aylward sprang from their horses and flew at the two sentries, who were disarmed and beaten down in an instant by so furious and unexpected an attack. Sir Nigel dashed into the royal tent, and was followed by Hordle John as soon as the horses had been secured. From within came wild screamings and the clash of steel, and then the two emerged once more, their swords and forearms reddened with blood, while John bore over his shoulder the senseless body of a man whose gay surcoat, adorned with the lions and towers of Castile, proclaimed him to belong to the royal house. A crowd of white-faced sewers and pages swarmed at their heels, those behind pushing forwards, while the foremost shrank back from the fierce faces and reeking weapons of the adventurers. The senseless body was thrown across the spare horse, the four sprang to their saddles, and away they thundered with loose reins and busy spurs through the swarming camp. But confusion and disorder still reigned among the Spaniards, for Sir William Felton and his men had swept through half their camp, leaving a long litter of the dead and the dying to mark their course. Uncertain who were their attackers, and unable to tell their English enemies from their newly arrived Breton allies, the Spanish knights rode wildly hither and thither in aimless fury. The mad turmoil, the mixture of races, and the fading light were all in favour of the four who alone knew their own purpose among the vast uncertain multitude. Twice ere they reached open ground they had to break their way through small bodies of horses, and once there came a whistle of arrows and singing of stones about their ears, but still dashing onwards they shot out from among the tents, and found their own comrades retreating for the mountains at no very great distance from them. Another 5 minutes of wild galloping over the plain, and they were all back in their gorge, while their pursuers fell back before the rolling of drums and blare of trumpets, which seemed to proclaim that the whole army of the prince was about to emerge from the mountain passes.
"By my soul, Nigel," cried Sir Oliver, waving a great boiled ham over his head, "I have come by something which I may eat with my truffles. I had a hard fight for it, for there were 3 of them with their mouths open and the knives in their hands, all sitting agape round the table when I rushed in upon them. How say you, Sir William? Will you not try the smack of the famed Spanish swine, though we have but the brook water to wash it down?"
"Later, Sir Oliver," answered the old soldier, wiping his grimed face. "We must further into the mountains ere we be in safety. But what have we here, Nigel?" "It is a prisoner whom I have taken, and in sooth, as he came from the royal tent and wears the royal arms upon his jupon, I trust that he is the King of Spain."
"The King of Spain!"
cried the companions, crowding round in amazement. "Nay, Sir Nigel," said Felton, peering at the prisoner through the uncertain light. "I have twice seen Henry of Trastamare, and certes this man in no way resembles him." "Then by the light of heaven I will ride back for him," cried Sir Nigel. Nay, the camp is in arms, and it would be rank madness. Who are you, fellow?" he added in Spanish, "and how is it that you dare to wear the arms of Castile?" The prisoner was bent, recovering the consciousness that had been squeezed from him by the grip of Hordle John. "If it please you," he answered, "I and 9 others are the body squires of the king, and must ever wear his arms, so as to shield him from even such perils as have threatened him this night. The king is at the tent of the brave de Guesclin, where he will sup tonight. But I am a caballero of Aragon, Don Sancho Penelosa, and though I may be no king, I am yet ready to pay a fitting price for my ransom." "By St. Paul, I will not touch your gold," cried Sir Nigel. "Go back to your master, and give him greeting from Sir Nigel Loring of Twynham Castle, telling him that I had hoped to make his better acquaintance this night, and that if I have disordered his tent it was but in my eagerness to know so famed and courteous a knight. Spur on, comrades, for we must cover many a league ere we can venture to light fire or to loosen girth. I had hoped to ride without this
Chapter 36 of the White Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catteron. The White Company by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 36. How Sir Nigel took the patch from his eye. It was a cold, bleak morning in the beginning of March, and the mist was drifting in dense rolling clouds through the passes of the Cantabrian mountains. The company, who had passed the night in a sheltered gully, were already astir, some crowding round the blazing fires, and others romping or leaping over each other's backs, for their limbs were chilled and the air biting. Here and there, through the dense haze which surrounded them, there loomed out huge pinnacles and jutting boulders of rock, while high above the sea of vapour there towered up one gigantic peak, with a pink glow of the early sunshine upon its snow-capped head. The ground was wet, the rocks dripping, the grass and evergreens sparkling with beads of moisture, yet the camp was loud with laughter and merriment, for a messenger had ridden in from the prince with words of heart-stirring praise for what they had done, and with orders that they should still abide in the forefront of the army. Round one of the fires were clustered 4 or 5 of the leading men of the archers, cleaning the rust from their weapons, and glancing impatiently from time to time at a great pot which smoked over the blaze. There was Aylward, squatting cross-legged in his shirt, while he scrubbed away at his chain-mail brigandine, whistling loudly the while. On one side of him sat old Johnston, who was busy in trimming the feathers of some arrows to his liking, and on the other Hordle John, who lay with his great limbs asprawl and his headpiece balanced upon his uplifted foot. Black Simon of Norwich crouched amid the rocks, crooning an Eastland ballad to himself, while he whetted his sword upon a flat stone which lay across his knees, while beside him sat Allan Edricson and Norbury, the silent squire of Sir Oliver, holding out their chilled hands towards the crackling faggots. "Cast on another culpon, John, and stir the broth with thy sword sheath," growled Johnston, looking anxiously for the 20th time at the reeking pot. "For my hilt," cried Aylward, "now that John hath come by his great ransom, he will scarce abide the fare of poor archer lads. How say you, camarade? When you see Hordle once more, there will be no penny ale and fat bacon, but Gascon wines and baked meats every day of the 7. "I know not about that," said John, kicking his helmet up into the air and catching it in his hand. "I do but know that, whether the broth be ready or no, I am about to dip this into it." "It simmers and it boils," cried Johnston, pushing his hard-lined face through the smoke. In an instant the pot had been plucked from the blaze, and its contents had been scooped up in half a dozen steel headpieces, which were balanced betwixt their owners' knees, while, with spoon and gobbet of bread, they devoured their morning meal. "It is ill weather for bows," remarked John at last, when, with a long sigh, he drained the last drop from his helmet. "My strings are as limp as a cow's tail this morning." "You should rub them with water glue," quoth Johnston. "You remember, Samkin, that it was wetter than this on the morning of Cressy, yet I cannot call to mind that there was aught amiss with our strings." "It is in my thoughts," said Black Simon, still pensively grinding his sword, "that we may have need of your strings ere sundown. I dreamed of the red cow last night." "And what is this red cow, Simon?" asked Allan. "I know not, young sir, but I can only say that on the eve of Cadsand, and on the eve of Cressy, and on the eve of Nogent, I dreamed of a red cow, and now the dream has come upon me again, so I am now setting a very keen edge to my blade." "Well said, old boar dog," cried Aylward. "By my hilt, I pray that your dream may come true, for the prince
hath not sent us out here to drink broth and to gather whortleberries. One more fight, and I am ready to hang up my bow, marry a wife, and take to the fire corner. How now, Robin? Whom is it that you seek?"
"The Lord Loring craves your attendance in his tent," said a young archer to Alleyne. The squire rose and proceeded to the pavilion, where he found the knight seated upon a cushion, with his legs crossed in front of him, and a broad ribbon of parchment laid across his knees, over which he was poring with frowning brows and pursed lips. "It came this morning by the prince's messenger," said he, "and was brought from England by Sir John Fallislee, who is new come from Sussex. What make you of this upon the outer side?" "It is fairly and clearly written," Alleyne answered, "and it signifies, to Sir Nigel Loring, Knight Constable of Twynham Castle, by the hand of Christopher, the servant of God at the Priory of Christchurch." "So I read it," said Sir Nigel. "Now I pray you to read what is set forth within." Alleyne turned to the letter, and as his eyes rested upon it, his face turned pale, and a cry of surprise and grief burst from his lips. "What then?" asked the knight, peering up at him anxiously. "There is naught amiss with the Lady Mary or with the Lady Maude." "It is my brother, my poor unhappy brother," cried Alleyne, with his hand to his brow. "He is dead."
"By St. Paul, I have never heard that he had shown so much love for you that you should mourn him so."
"Yet he was my brother, the only kith or kin that I had upon earth. Mayhap he had cause to be bitter against me, for his land was given to the abbey for my upbringing. Alas, alas! And I raised my staff against him when last we met. He has been slain, and slain, I fear, amidst crime and violence."
"Ha!" said Sir Nigel.
"Read on, I pray you." "God be with thee, my honoured lord, and have thee in his holy keeping. The Lady Loring hath asked me to set down in writing what hath befallen at Twynham, and all that concerns the death of thy ill neighbour, the Socman of Minstead. For when ye had left us, this evil man gathered around him all outlaws, villains, and masterless men, until they were come to such a force that they slew and scattered the king's men who went against them. Then, coming forth from the woods, they laid siege to thy castle, and for 2 days they girt us in and shot hard against us, with such numbers as were a marvel to see. Yet the Lady Loring held the place stoutly, and on the 2nd day the Socman was slain, by his own men as some think, so that we were delivered from their hands, for which praise be to all the saints, and more especially to the holy Anselm, upon whose feast it came to pass. The Lady Loring and the Lady Maude, thy fair daughter, are in good health, and so am I, save for an imposthume of the toe joint, which hath been sent me for my sins. May all the saints preserve thee." "It was the vision of the Lady Tiphaine," said Sir Nigel, after a pause. "Marked you not how she said that the leader was one with a yellow beard, and how he fell before the gate? But how came it, Alleyne, that this woman, to whom all things are as crystal, and who hath not said one word which has not come to pass, was yet so led astray as to say that your thoughts turned to Twynham Castle even more than mine own?" "My fair lord," said Alleyne, with a flush on his weather-stained cheeks, "the Lady Tiphaine may have spoken sooth when she said it, for Twynham Castle is in my heart by day and in my dreams by night."
"Ah?" cried Sir Nigel, with a sidelong glance.
"Yes, my fair lord, for indeed I love your daughter, the Lady Maude, and unworthy as I am, I would give my heart's blood to serve her."
"By St. Paul, Edricson," said the knight coldly, arching his eyebrows, "you aim high in this matter. Our blood is very old."
"And mine also is very old," answered the squire.
"And the Lady Maude is our single child. All our name and land centre upon her."
Alas, that I should say it, but I also am now the only Edricson." "And why have I not heard this from you before, Alleyne? In sooth, I think that you have used me ill." "Nay, my fair lord, say not so, for I know not whether your daughter loves me, and there is no pledge between us."
Sir Nigel pondered for a few moments, and then burst out a laughing. "By St. Paul," said he, "I know not why I should mix in the matter, for I have ever found that the Lady Maud was very well able to look to her own affairs. Since first she could stamp her little foot, she hath ever been able to get that for which she craved, and if she set her heart on thee, Alleyne, and thou on her, I do not think that this Spanish king with his 70,000 men could hold you apart. Yet this I will say, that I would see you a full knight ere you go to my daughter with words of love. I have ever said that a brave lance should wed her, and by my soul, Edricson, if God spare you, I think that you will acquit yourself well. But enough of such trifles, for we have our work before us, and it will be time to speak of this matter when we see the white cliffs of England once more. Go to Sir William Felton, I pray you, and ask him to come hither, for it is time that we were marching. There is no pass at the further end of the valley, and it is a perilous place should an enemy come upon us." Alleyne delivered his message, and then wandered forth from the camp, for his mind was all in a whirl with this unexpected news, and with his talk with Sir Nigel. Sitting upon a rock, with his burning brow resting upon his hands, he thought of his brother, of their quarrel, of the Lady Maud in her bedraggled riding dress, of the grey old castle, of the proud pale face in the armoury, and of the last fiery words with which she had sped him on his way. Then he was but a penniless, monk-bred lad, unknown and unfriended. Now he was himself Sockman of Minstead, the head of an old stock, and the lord of an estate which, if reduced from its former size, was still ample to preserve the dignity of his family. Further, he had become a man of experience, and was counted brave among brave men, and had won the esteem and confidence of her father, and, above all, had been listened to by him when he told him the secret of his love. As to the gaining of knighthood, in such stirring times it was no great matter for a brave squire of gentle birth to aspire to that honour. He would leave his bones among these Spanish ravines, or he would do some deed which would call the eyes of men upon him. Alleyne was still seated on the rock, his griefs and his joys drifting swiftly over his mind like the shadow of clouds upon a sunlit meadow, when of a sudden he became conscious of a low, deep sound which came booming up to him through the fog. Close behind him he could hear the murmur of the bowmen, the occasional burst of hoarse laughter, and the champing and stamping of their horses. Behind it all, however, came that low-pitched, deep-toned hum, which seemed to come from every quarter and to fill the whole air. In the old monastic days he remembered to have heard such a sound when he had walked out one windy night at Buckler's Hard, and had listened to the long waves breaking upon the shingly shore. Here, however, was neither wind nor sea, and yet the dull murmur rose ever louder and stronger out of the heart of the rolling sea of vapour. He turned and ran to the camp, shouting an alarm at the top of his voice. It was but 100 paces, and yet, ere he had crossed it, every bowman was ready at his horse's head, and the group of knights were out and listening intently to the ominous sound. "It is a great body of horse," said Sir William Felton, "and they are riding very swiftly hitherwards." "Yet they must be from the prince's army," remarked Sir Richard Causton, "for they come from the north." "Nay," said the Earl of Angus, "it is not so certain, for the peasant with whom we spoke last night said that it was rumoured that Don Tello, the Spanish king's brother, had ridden with 6,000 chosen men to beat up the prince's camp. It may be that on their backward road they have come this way."
"By St. Paul!" cried Sir Nigel, "I think that it is even as you say, for that same peasant had a sour face and a shifting eye, as one who bore us little good will. I doubt not that he has brought these cavaliers upon us." "But the mist covers us," said Sir Simon Burley. "We have yet time to ride through the further end of the pass."
"Were we a troop of mountain goats we might do so," answered Sir William Felton, "but it is not to be passed by a company of horsemen. If these be indeed Don Tello and his men, then we must bide where we are, and do what we can to make them rue the day that they found us in their path."
"Well spoken, William!" cried Sir Nigel in high delight.
"If there be so many as has been said, then there will be much honor to be gained from them, and every hope of advancement. But the sound has ceased, and I fear that they have gone some other way. Or mayhap they have come to the mouth of the gorge and are marshalling their ranks. Hush and hearken, for they are no great way from us." The company stood peering into the dense fog wreath, amidst a silence so profound that the dripping of the water from the rocks and the breathing of the horses grew loud upon the ear. Suddenly from out of the sea of mist came the shrill sound of a neigh, followed by a long blast upon a bugle. "It is a Spanish call, my fair lord," said Black Simon. "It is used by their prickers and huntsmen when the beast hath not fled, but is still in its lair." "By my faith," said Sir Nigel, smiling, "if they are in a humour for venery, we may promise them some sport ere they sound the mort over us. But there is a hill in the centre of the gorge on which we might take our stand." "I marked it yesternight," said Felton, "and no better spot could be found for our purpose, for it is very steep at the back. It is but a bow shot to the left, and indeed I can see the shadow of it." The whole company, leading their horses, passed across to the small hill which loomed in front of them out of the mist. It was indeed admirably designed for defence, for it sloped down in front, all jagged and boulder strewn, while it fell away in a sheer cliff of 100 feet or more. On the summit was a small uneven plateau, with a stretch across of 100 paces, and a depth of half as much again. "Unloose the horses," said Sir Nigel. "We have no space for them, and if we hold our own we shall have horses and to spare when this day's work is done. Nay, keep yours, my fair sirs, for we may have work for them. Aylward, Johnston, let your men form a harrow on either side of the ridge. Sir Oliver and you, my Lord Angus, I give you the right wing, and the left to you, Sir Simon, and to you, Sir Richard Causton. I and Sir William Felton will hold the centre with our men at arms. Now, order the ranks and fling wide the banners, for our souls are God's and our bodies the king's, and our swords for St. George and for England." Sir Nigel had scarcely spoken when the mist seemed to thin in the valley and to shred away into long ragged clouds which trailed from the edges of the cliffs. The gorge in which they had camped was a mere wedge-shaped cleft among the hills, 3/4 of a mile deep, with the small rugged rising upon which they stood at the further end, and the brown crags walling it on 3 sides. As the mist parted and the sun broke through, it gleamed and shimmered with dazzling brightness upon the armour and headpieces of a vast body of horsemen, who stretched across the barranca from one cliff to the other, and extended backwards until the rear guard were far out upon the plain beyond. Line after line, and rank after rank, they choked the neck of the valley with a long vista of tossing pennons, twinkling lances, waving plumes and streaming banderoles, while the curvets and gambards of the chargers lent a constant motion and shimmer to the glittering many-coloured mass. A yell of exultation and a forest of waving steel through the length and breadth of their column announced that they could at last see their entrapped enemies, while the swelling notes of 100 bugles and drums, mixed with a clash of Moorish cymbals, broke forth into a proud peal of martial triumph. Strange it was to these gallant and sparkling cavaliers of Spain to look upon this handful of men upon the hill, the thin lines of bowmen, the knots of knights and men at arms with armour rusted and discoloured from long service, and to learn that these were indeed the soldiers whose fame and prowess had been the camp fire talk of every army in Christendom.
Very still and silent they stood, leaning upon their bows, while their leaders took counsel together in front of them. No clang of bugle rose from their stern ranks, but in the centre waved the leopards of England, on the right the ensign of their company with the roses of Loring, and on the left, over 80 of Welsh bowmen, there floated the red banner of Merlin with the boars' heads of the Buttesthorns. Gravely and sedately they stood beneath the morning sun, waiting for the onslaught of their foemen. "By St. Paul," said Sir Nigel, gazing with puckered eye down the valley, "there appear to be some very worthy people among them. What is this golden banner which waves upon the left?" "It is the ensign of the Knights of Calatrava," answered Felton. "And the other upon the right? It marks the Knights of Santiago, and I see by his flag that their Grand Master rides at their head. There, too, is the banner of Castile amid yonder sparkling squadron which heads the main battle. There are 6000 men at arms, with 10 squadrons of slingers, as far as I may judge their numbers."
"There are Frenchmen among them, my fair lord," remarked Black Simon. "I can see the pennons of De Couvette, De Brieux, Saint Paul, and many others who struck in against us for Charles of Blois."
"You are right," said Sir William, "for I can also see them. There is much Spanish blazonry also, if I could but read it. Don Diego, you know the arms of your own land. Who are they who have done us this honor?" The Spanish prisoner looked with exultant eyes upon the deep and serried ranks of his countrymen. "By St. James," said he, "if ye fall this day, ye fall by no mean hands, for the flower of the knighthood of Castile ride under the banner of Don Tello, with the chivalry of Asturias, Toledo, Leon, Cordova, Galicia, and Seville. I see the Guidon of Albornoz, Cocorla, Rodriguez, Tavora, with the 2 great orders, and the knights of France and of Aragon. If you will take my rede, you will come to a composition with them, for they will give you such terms as you have given me." "Nay, by St. Paul, it were pity if so many brave men were drawn together, and no little deed of arms to come of it. Ha, William, they advance upon us, and by my soul it is a sight that is worth coming over the seas to see." As he spoke, the 2 wings of the Spanish host, consisting of the Knights of Calatrava on the one side and of Santiago upon the other, came swooping swiftly down the valley, while the main body followed more slowly behind. 500 paces from the English, the 2 great bodies of horse crossed each other, and sweeping round in a curve, retired in feigned confusion towards their centre. Often in bygone wars had the Moors tempted the hot-blooded Spaniards from their places of strength by such pretended flights. But these were men upon the hill to whom every ruse and trick of war were as their daily trade and practice. Again and even nearer came the rallying Spaniards, and again with cry of fear and stooping bodies they swerved off to right and left. But the English still stood solid and observant among their rocks. The vanguard halted a long bow shot from the hill, and with waving spears and vaunting shouts challenged their enemies to come forth, while 2 cavaliers, pricking forward from the glittering ranks, walked their horses slowly between the 2 arrays, with targets braced and lances in rest, like the challengers in a tourney. "By St. Paul," cried Sir Nigel, with his one eye glowing like an ember, "these appear to be 2 very worthy and debonair gentlemen. I do not call to mind when I have seen any people who seemed of so great a heart and so high of enterprise. We have our horses, Sir William. Shall we not relieve them of any vow which they may have upon their souls?" Felton's reply was to bound upon his charger and to urge it down the slope, while Sir Nigel followed not 3 spears' lengths behind him. It was a rugged course, rocky and uneven, yet the 2 knights, choosing their men, dashed onwards at the top of their speed, while the gallant Spaniards flew as swiftly to meet them. The one to whom Felton found himself opposed was a tall stripling with a stag's head upon his shield, while Sir Nigel's man was broad and squat, with plain steel harness and a pink and white torse bound round his helmet. The first struck Felton on the target with such force as to split it from side to side,
but Sir William's lance crashed through the camail which shielded the Spaniard's throat, and he fell screaming hoarsely to the ground. Carried away by the heat and madness of fight, the English knight never drew rein, but charged straight on into the array of the knights of Calatrava. Long time the silent ranks upon the hill could see a swirl and eddy deep down in the heart of the Spanish column, with a circle of rearing chargers and flashing blades. Here and there tossed the white plume of the English helmet, rising and falling like the foam upon a wave, with the fierce gleam and sparkle ever circling round it, until at last it had sunk from view, and another brave man had turned from war to peace. Sir Nigel, meanwhile, had found a foeman worthy of his steel, for his opponent was none other than Sebastian Gomez, the picked lance of the monkish knights of Santiago, who had won fame in 100 bloody combats with the Moors of Andalusia. So fierce was their meeting that their spears shivered up to the very grasp, and the horses reared backwards until it seemed that they must crash down upon their riders. Yet, with consummate horsemanship, they both swung round in a long curvet, and then, plucking out their swords, they lashed at each other like two lusty smiths hammering upon an anvil. The chargers spun round each other, biting and striking, while the two blades wheeled and whizzed and circled in gleams of dazzling light. Cut, parry, and thrust followed so swiftly upon each other that the eye could not follow them, until at last, coming thigh to thigh, they cast their arms around each other and rolled off their saddles to the ground. The heavier Spaniard threw himself upon his enemy, and pinning him down beneath him, raised his sword to slay him, while a shout of triumph rose from the ranks of his countrymen. But the fatal blow never fell, for even as his arm quivered before descending, the Spaniard gave a shudder, and, stiffening himself, rolled heavily upon his side, with the blood gushing from his armpit and from the slit of his visor. Sir Nigel sprang to his feet with his bloody dagger in his left hand, and gazed down upon his adversary. But that fatal and sudden stab in the vital spot, which the Spaniard had exposed by raising his arm, had proved instantly mortal. The Englishman leapt upon his horse and made for the hill at the very instant that a yell of rage from 1,000 voices and the clang of a score of bugles announced the Spanish onset. But the islanders were ready and eager for the encounter. With feet firmly planted, their sleeves rolled back to give free play to their muscles, their long yellow bowstaves in their left hands, and their quivers slung to the front, they had waited in the 4-deep harrow formation, which gave strength to their array and yet permitted every man to draw his arrow freely, without harm to those in front. Aylward and Johnston had been engaged in throwing light tufts of grass into the air to gauge the wind force, and a hoarse whisper passed down the ranks from the file leaders to the men, with scraps of advice and admonition. "Do not shoot outside the 15 score paces," cried Johnston. "We may need all our shafts ere we have done with them." "Better to overshoot than to undershoot," added Aylward. "Better to strike the rear guard than to feather a shaft in the earth." "Loose quick and sharp when they come," added another. "And let it be the eye to the string, and the string to the shaft, and the shaft to the mark. By Our Lady, their banners advance, and we must hold our ground now if ever we are to see Southampton Water again." Alleyne, standing with his sword drawn amidst the archers, saw a long toss and heave of the glittering squadrons. Then the front ranks began to surge slowly forward, to trot, to canter, and to gallop, and in an instant the whole vast array was hurtling onward, line after line, the air full of the thunder of their cries, the ground shaking with the beat of their hoofs, the valley choked with a rushing torrent of steel, topped by the waving plumes, the slanting spears, and the fluttering banderoles. On they swept, over the level and up to the slope, ere they met the blinding storm of the English arrows. Down went the whole ranks in a whirl of mad confusion, horses plunging and kicking, bewildered men falling, rising, staggering, or on back, while ever new lines of horsemen came spurring through the gaps and urged their chargers up the fatal slope. All around him
Alleyne could hear the stern, short orders of the master bowman, while the air was filled with the keen twanging of the strings and the swish and patter of the shafts. Right across the foot of the hill there had sprung up a long wall of struggling horse and stricken men, which ever grew and heightened as fresh squadrons poured on the attack. One young knight on a grey jennet leapt over his fallen comrades and galloped swiftly up the hill, shrieking loudly upon St. James ere he fell within a spear length of the English line, with the feathers of arrows thrusting out from every crevice and joint of his armour. So for 5 long minutes the gallant horsemen of Spain and of France strove ever and again to force a passage, until the wailing note of a bugle called them back, and they rode slowly out of bowshot, leaving their best and their bravest in the ghastly blood-mottled heap behind them. But there was little rest for the victors. Whilst the knights had charged them in front, the slingers had crept round upon either flank, and had gained a footing upon the cliffs and behind the outlying rocks. A storm of stones broke suddenly upon the defenders, who, drawn up in lines upon the exposed summit, offered a fair mark for their hidden foes. Johnston, the old archer, was struck upon the temple and fell dead without a groan, while 15 of his bowmen and 6 of the men-at-arms were struck down at the same moment. The others lay on their faces to avoid the deadly hail, while at each side of the plateau a fringe of bowmen exchanged shots with the slingers and crossbowmen among the rocks, aiming mainly at those who had swarmed up the cliffs, and bursting into laughter and cheers when a well-aimed shaft brought one of their opponents toppling down from his lofty perch.
"I think, Nigel," said Sir Oliver, striding across to the little knight, "that we should all acquit ourselves better had we our noon meat, for the sun is high in the heaven."
"By St. Paul," quoth Sir Nigel, plucking the patch from his eye, "I think that I am now clear of my vow, for this Spanish knight was a person from whom much honour might be won. Indeed, he was a very worthy gentleman, of good courage and great hardiness, and it grieves me that he should have come by such a hurt. As to what you say of food, Oliver, it is not to be thought of, for we have nothing with us upon the hill." "Nigel," cried Sir Simon Burley, hurrying up with consternation upon his face, "Aylward tells me that there are not 10 score arrows left in all their sheaves. See, they are springing from their horses and cutting their sollerets, so that they may rush upon us. Might we not even now make a retreat?"
"My soul will retreat from my body first," cried the little knight. "Here I am, and here I bide, while God gives me strength to lift a sword."
"And so say I," shouted Sir Oliver, throwing his mace high into the air and catching it again by the handle.
"To your arms, men!" roared Sir Nigel. "Shoot while you may, and then out sword, and let us live or die together."
Chapter 37 of the White Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. The White Company by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 37. How the White Company came to be disbanded. Then uprose from the hill in the rugged Cantabrian valley a sound such as had not been heard in those parts before, nor was again until the streams which rippled amid the rocks had been frozen by over 400 winters and thawed by as many returning springs. Deep and full and strong it thundered down the ravine, the fierce battle call of a warrior race, the last stern welcome to whoso should join with them in that world-old game where the stake is death. Thrice it swelled forth, and thrice it sank away, echoing and reverberating amid the crags. Then with set faces the company rose up among the storm of stones, and looked down upon the thousands who sped swiftly up the slope against them. Horse and spear had been set aside, but on foot, with sword and battle axe, their broad shields slung in front of them, the chivalry of Spain rushed to the attack. And now arose a struggle so fell, so long, so evenly sustained, that even now the memory of it is handed down amongst the Cantabrian mountaineers, and the ill-omened knoll is still pointed out by fathers to their children as the Altura de los Inglesos, where the men from across the sea fought the great fight with the knights of the south. The last arrow was quickly shot, nor could the slingers hurl their stones, so close were friend and foe. From side to side stretched the thin line of the English, lightly armed and quick-footed, whilst against it stormed and raged the pressing throng of fiery Spaniards and of gallant Bretons. The clink of crossing sword blades, the dull thudding of heavy blows, the panting and gasping of weary and wounded men, all rose together in a wild, long-drawn note, which swelled upwards to the ears of the wondering peasants, who looked down from the edges of the cliffs upon the swaying turmoil of the battle beneath them. Back and forth reeled the leopard banner, now borne up the slope by the rush and weight of the onslaught, now pushing downwards again, as Sir Nigel, Burley, and Black Simon, with their veteran men-at-arms, flung themselves madly into the fray. Alleyne, at his lord's right hand, found himself swept hither and thither in the desperate struggle, exchanging savage thrusts one instant with a Spanish cavalier, and the next torn away by the whirl of men and dashed up against some new antagonist. To the right, Sir Oliver, Aylward, Hordle John, and the bowmen of the company fought furiously against the monkish knights of Santiago, who were led up the hill by their prior, a great deep-chested man who wore a brown monastic habit over his suit of mail. 3 archers he slew in 3 giant strokes, but Sir Oliver flung his arms around him, and the two, staggering and straining, reeled backwards and fell, locked in each other's grasp over the edge of the steep cliff which flanked the hill. In vain his knights stormed and raved against the thin line which barred their path. The sword of Aylward and the great axe of John gleamed in the forefront of the battle, and huge jagged pieces of rock, hurled by the strong arms of the bowmen, crashed and hurtled amid their ranks. Slowly they gave back down the hill, the archers still hanging upon their skirts, with a long litter of writhing and twisted figures to mark the course which they had taken. At the same instant the Welshmen upon the left, led on by the Scotch earl, had charged out from among the rocks which sheltered them, and by the fury of their outfall had driven the Spaniards in front of them in headlong flight down the hill. In the centre only things seemed to be going ill with the defenders. Black Simon was down, dying as he would have wished to have died, like a grim old wolf in its lair, with a ring of his slain around him. Twice Sir Nigel had been overborne, and twice Alleyne had fought over him until he had staggered to his feet once more. Burley lay senseless, stunned by a blow from a mace, and half of the men-at-arms lay littered upon the ground around him. Sir Nigel's shield was broken, his crest shorn, his armour cut and smashed, and the visor torn from his helmet. Yet he sprang hither and thither with light foot and ready hand, engaging 2 Bretons and a Spaniard at the same instant, thrusting, stooping, dashing in, springing out, while Alleyne still fought by his side, stemming with a handful of men the fierce tide which surged up against them. Yet it would have fared ill with them had not the archers from either side closed in upon the flanks of the attackers, and pressed them very slowly and foot by foot down the long slope, until they were on the plain once more, where their fellows were already rallying for a fresh assault. But terrible indeed was the cost at which the last man had been repelled. Of the 370 men who held the crest, 172 were left standing, many of whom were sorely wounded and weak from loss of blood. Sir Oliver Buttesthorn, Sir Richard Causton, Sir Simon Burley, Black Simon, Johnston, 150 archers and 47 men-at-arms had fallen, while the pitiless hail of stones was already whizzing and piping once more about their ears, threatening every instant to further reduce their numbers. Sir Nigel looked about him at his shattered ranks, and his face flushed with a soldier's pride.
"By St. Paul!" he cried, "I have fought in many a little bickering, but never one that I would be more loath to have missed than this. But you are wounded, Alleyne."
"It is naught," answered the squire, staunching the blood which dripped from a sword cut across his forehead.
"These gentlemen of Spain seem to be most courteous and worthy people. I see that they are already forming to continue this debate with us. Form up the bowmen 2 deep instead of 4. By my faith, some very brave men have gone from amongst us. Aylward, you are a trusty soldier, for all that your shoulder has never felt accolade, nor your heels worn the golden spurs. Do you take charge of the right. I will hold the centre, and you, my Lord of Angus, the left." "Ho, for Sir Samkin Aylward!" cried a rough voice among the archers, and a roar of laughter greeted their new leader.
"By my hilt," said the old bowman, "I never thought to lead a wing in a stricken field. Stand close, camarade, for by these finger bones we must play the man this day."
"Come hither, Alleyne," said Sir Nigel, walking back to the edge of the cliff which formed the rear of their position. "And you, Norbury," he continued, beckoning to the squire of Sir Oliver, "do you also come here." The 2 squires hurried across to him, and the 3 stood looking down into the rocky ravine which lay 150 feet beneath them. "The prince must hear of how things are with us," said the knight. "Another outfall we may withstand, but they are many and we are few, so that the time must come when we can no longer form a line across the hill. Yet, if help were brought us, we might hold the crest until it comes. See yonder horses which stray among the rocks beneath us?" "I see them, my fair lord." "And see yonder path which winds along the hill upon the further end of the valley?" "I see it." "Were you on those horses and riding up yonder track, steep and rough as it is, I think that you might gain the valley beyond, then on to the prince, and tell him how we fare." "But, my fair lord, how can we hope to reach the horses?" asked Norbury. "Ye cannot go round to them, for they would be upon ye ere ye could come down to them. Think ye that ye have heart enough to clamber down this cliff?" "Had we but a rope." "There is one here. It is but 100 feet long, and for the rest you must trust to God and to your fingers. Can you try it, Alleyne?" "With all my heart, my dear lord. But how can I leave you in such a strait? Nay, it is to serve me that you go. And you, Norbury?" The silent squire said nothing, but he took up the rope, and having examined it, he tied one end firmly around a projecting rock. Then he cast off his breastplate, thigh pieces, and greaves, while Alleyne followed his example. "Tell Chandos or Calverley or Knowles, should the prince have gone forward," cried Sir Nigel. "Now may God speed ye, for ye are brave and worthy men." It was, indeed, a task which might make the heart of the bravest sink within him. The thin cord dangling down the face of the brown cliff seemed from above to reach little more than halfway down it. Beyond stretched the rugged rock, wet and shining, with a green tuft here and there thrusting out from it, but little sign of ridge or foothold. Far below, the jagged points of the boulders bristled up, dark and menacing. Norbury tugged thrice with all his strength upon the cord, and then lowered himself over the edge, while 100 anxious faces peered over at him as he slowly clambered downwards to the end of the rope. Twice he stretched out his foot, and twice he failed to reach the point at which he aimed. But even as he swung himself for a third effort, a stone from a sling buzzed like a wasp from amid the rocks and struck him full upon the side of his head. His grasp relaxed, his feet slipped, and in an instant he was a crushed and mangled corpse upon the sharp ridges beneath him. "If I have no better fortune," said Alleyne, leading Sir Nigel aside,
I pray you, my dear lord, that you will give my humble service to the Lady Maude, and say to her that I was ever her true servant and most unworthy cavalier." The old knight said no word, but he put a hand on either shoulder and kissed his squire, with the tears shining in his eyes. Alleyne sprang to the rope, and sliding swiftly down soon found himself at its extremity. From above it seemed as though rope and cliff were well nigh touching, but now, when swinging 100 feet down, the squire found that he could scarce reach the face of the rock with his foot, and that it was as smooth as glass, with no resting place where a mouse could stand. Some 3 feet lower, however, his eye lit upon a long jagged crack which slanted downwards, and this he must reach if he would save not only his own poor life, but that of the 80 men above him. Yet it were madness to spring for that narrow slit with naught but the wet, smooth rock to cling to. He swung for a moment, full of thought, and even as he hung there, another of the hellish stones sang through his curls and struck a chip from the face of the cliff. Up he clambered a few feet, drew up the loose end after him, unslung his belt, held on with knee and with elbow while he spliced the long, tough leathern belt to the end of the cord. Then, lowering himself as far as he could go, he swung backwards and forwards until his hand reached the crack, when he left the rope and clung to the face of the cliff. Another stone struck him on the side, and he heard a sound like a breaking stick, with a keen stabbing pain which shot through his chest. Yet it was no time now to think of pain or ache. There was his lord and his 80 comrades, and they must be plucked from the jaws of death. On he clambered, with his hand shuffling down the long sloping crack, sometimes bearing all his weight upon his arms, at others finding some small shelf or tuft on which to rest his foot. Would he never pass over that 50 feet? He dared not look down, and could but grope slowly onwards, his face to the cliff, his fingers clutching, his feet scraping and feeling for a support. Every vein and crack and mottling of that face of rock remained forever stamped upon his memory. At last, however, his foot came upon a broad resting place, and he ventured to cast a glance downward. Thank God! He had reached the highest of those fatal pinnacles on which his comrade had fallen. Quickly now he sprang from rock to rock until his feet were on the ground, and he had his hand stretched out for the horse's rein, when a sling stone struck him upon the head, and he dropped senseless upon the ground. An evil blow it was for Alleyne, but a worse one still for him who struck it. The Spanish slinger, seeing the youth lie slain, and judging from his dress that he was no common man, rushed forward to plunder him, knowing well that the bowmen above him had expended their last shaft. He was still 3 paces, however, from his victim's side, when John, upon the cliff above, plucked up a huge boulder, and, poising it for an instant, dropped it with fatal aim upon the slinger beneath him. It struck upon his shoulder and hurled him, crushed and screaming, to the ground, while Alleyne, recalled to his senses by these shrill cries in his very ear, staggered on to his feet and gazed wildly about him. His eyes fell upon the horses grazing upon the scanty pasture, and in an instant all had come back to him: his mission, his comrades, the need for haste. He was dizzy, sick, faint, but he must not die, and he must not tarry, for his life meant many lives that day. In an instant he was in his saddle and spurring down the valley. Loud rang the swift charger's hoofs over rock and reef, while the fire flew from the stroke of iron, and the loose stones showered up behind him. But his head was whirling round, the blood was gushing from his brow, his temple, his mouth. Ever keener and sharper was the deadly pain which shot like a red-hot arrow through his side. He felt that his eye was glazing, his senses slipping from him, his grasp upon the reins relaxing. Then, with one mighty effort, he called upon all his strength for a single minute. Stooping down, he loosened the stirrup straps, bound his knees tightly to the saddle flaps,
twisted his hand in the bridle, and then, putting the gallant horse's head for the mountain path, he dashed the spurs in and fell forward, fainting with his face buried in the coarse black mane. Little could he ever remember of that wild ride. Half conscious, but ever with one thought beating in his mind, he goaded the horse onwards, rushing swiftly down steep ravines, over huge boulders, along the edges of black abysses. Dim memories he had of beetling cliffs, of a group of huts with wondering faces at the doors, of foaming, clattering water, and of a bristle of mountain beeches. Once, ere he had ridden far, he heard behind him 3 deep, sullen shouts, which told him that his comrades had set their faces to the foe once more. Then all was blank, until he woke to find kindly blue English eyes peering down upon him, and to hear the blessed sound of his country's speech. They were but a foraging party, 100 archers and as many men at arms, but their leader was Sir Hugh Calverley, and he was not a man to bide idle when good blows were to be had not 3 leagues from him. A scout was sent flying with a message to the camp, and Sir Hugh, with his 200 men, thundered off to the rescue. With them went Alleyne, still bound to his saddle, still dripping with blood, and swooning and recovering, and swooning once again. On they rode, and on, until at last, topping a ridge, they looked down upon the fateful valley. Alas and alas for the sight that met their eyes! There beneath them was the blood-bathed hill, and from the highest pinnacle there flaunted the yellow and white banner, with the lions and the towers of the royal house of Castile. Up the long slope rushed ranks and ranks of men, exultant, shouting with waving pennons and brandished arms. Over the whole summit were dense throngs of knights, with no enemy that could be seen to face them, save only that at one corner of the plateau an eddy and swirl amid the crowded mass seemed to show that all resistance was not yet at an end. At the sight a deep groan of rage and of despair went up from the baffled rescuers, and spurring on their horses they clattered down the long and winding path which led to the valley beneath. But they were too late to avenge, as they had been too late to save. Long ere they could gain the level ground, the Spaniards, seeing them riding swiftly amid the rocks, and being ignorant of their numbers, drew off from the captured hill, and having secured their few prisoners, rode slowly in a long column, with drum beating and cymbal clashing, out of the valley. Their rear ranks were already passing out of sight ere the newcomers were urging their panting, foaming horses up the slope which had been the scene of that long drawn and bloody fight. And a fearsome sight it was that met their eyes. Across the lower end lay the dense heap of men and horses where the first arrow storm had burst. Above, the bodies of the dead and the dying, French, Spanish, and Aragonese, lay thick and thicker, until they covered the whole ground 2 and 3 deep in one dreadful tangle of slaughter. Above them lay the Englishmen in their lines, even as they had stood, and high yet upon the plateau a wild medley of the dead of all nations, where the last deadly grapple had left them. In the further corner, under the shadow of a great rock, there crouched 7 bowmen, with Great John in the centre of them, all wounded, weary, and in sorry case, but still unconquered, with their blood-stained weapons waving and their voices ringing a welcome to their countrymen. Alleyne rode across to John, while Sir Hugh Calverley followed close behind him. "By St. George!" cried Sir Hugh, "I have never seen signs of so stern a fight, and I am right glad that we have been in time to save you."
"You have saved more than us," said John,
pointing to the banner which leaned against the rock behind him. "You have done nobly," cried the old free companion, gazing with a soldier's admiration at the huge frame and bold face of the archer. "But why is it, my good fellow, that you sit upon this man?"
"Oh, by the rood, I had forgot him,"
John answered, rising and dragging from under him no less a person than the Spanish caballero, Don Diego Alvarez.
This man, my fair lord, means to me a new house, 10 cows, 1 bull, if it be but a little one, a grindstone, and I know what besides, so that I thought it well to sit upon him, lest he should take a fancy to leave me."
"Tell me, John," cried Alleyne faintly, "where is my dear lord, Sir Nigel Loring?"
"He is dead, I fear. I saw them throw his body across a horse and ride away with it, but I fear the life had gone from him."
"Now, woe worth me! And where is Aylward?"
"He sprang upon a riderless horse and rode after Sir Nigel to save him. I saw them throng about him, and he is either taken or slain."
"Blow the bugles!" cried Sir Hugh, with a scowling brow. "We must back to camp, and ere 3 days I trust that we may see these Spaniards again. I would fain have you all in my company."
"We are of the White Company, my fair lord," said John.
"Nay, the White Company is here disbanded," answered Sir Hugh solemnly, looking around him at the lines of silent figures. Chapter 38 of the White Company. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. The White Company by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 38 of the Homecoming to Hampshire. It was a bright July morning, 4 months after that fatal fight in the Spanish barranca. A blue heaven stretched above, a green rolling plain undulated below, intersected with hedgerows and flecked with grazing sheep. The sun was yet low in the heaven, and the red cows stood in the long shadow of the elms, chewing the cud and gazing with great vacant eyes at 2 horsemen who were spurring it down the long white road which dipped and curved away back to where the towers and pinnacles beneath the flat-topped hill marked the old town of Winchester. Of the riders, one was young, graceful, and fair, clad in plain doublet and hosen of blue Brussels cloth, which served to show his active and well-knit figure. A flat velvet cap was drawn forward to keep the glare from his eyes, and he rode with lips compressed and anxious face, as one who has much care upon his mind. Young as he was, and peaceful as was his dress, the dainty golden spurs which twinkled upon his heels proclaimed his knighthood, while a long seam upon his brow and a scar at his temple gave a manly grace to his refined and delicate countenance. His comrade was a large red-headed man upon a great black horse, with a huge canvas bag slung from his saddle-bow, which jingled and clinked at every movement of his steed. His broad brown face was lighted up by a continual smile, and he looked slowly from side to side with eyes which twinkled and shone with delight. Well might John rejoice, for was he not back in his native Hampshire? Had he not Don Diego's 5,000 crowns rasping against his knee, and, above all, was he not himself now squire to Sir Alan Edricson, the young Sockman of Minstead, lately knighted by the sword of the Black Prince himself, and esteemed by the whole army as one of the most rising of the soldiers of England? For the last stand of the company had been told throughout Christendom, wherever a brave deed of arms was loved, and honours had flowed in upon the few who had survived it. For 2 months Alan had wavered betwixt death and life, with a broken rib and a shattered head. Yet youth and strength and a cleanly life were all upon his side, and he woke from his long delirium to find that the war was over, that the Spaniards and their allies had been crushed at Navarrete, and that the prince had himself
heard the tale of his ride for succour, and had come in person to his bedside to touch his shoulder with his sword, and to ensure that so brave and true a man should die, if he could not live, within the order of chivalry. The instant that he could set foot to ground, Alleyne had started in search of his lord. But no word could he hear of him, dead or alive, and he had come home now sad-hearted, in the hope of raising money upon his estates, and so starting upon his quest once more. Landing at London, he had hurried on with a mind full of care, for he had heard no word from Hampshire since the short note which had announced his brother's death.
"By the rood," cried John, looking around him exultantly, "where have we seen since we left such noble cows, such fleecy sheep, grass so green, or a man so drunk as yonder rogue who lies in the gap of the hedge?"
"Ah, John," Alleyne answered wearily, "it is well for you, but I never thought that my home coming would be so sad a one. My heart is heavy for my dear lord and for Aylward, and I know not how I may break the news to the Lady Mary and to the Lady Maud, if they have not yet had tidings of it." John gave a groan which made the horses shy.
"It is indeed a black business," said he. "But be not sad, for I shall give half these crowns to my mother, and half will I add to the money which you may have, and so we shall buy that yellow cog wherein we sailed to Bordeaux, and in it we shall go forth and seek Sir Nigel."
Alleyne smiled, but shook his head. "Were he alive, we should have had word of him ere now," said he. "But what is this town before us?"
"Why, it is Romsey," cried John. "See the tower of the old grey church and the long stretch of the nunnery. But here sits a very holy man, and I shall give him a crown for his prayers."
3 large stones formed a rough cot by the roadside, and beside it, basking in the sun, sat the hermit, with clay-coloured face, dull eyes, and long withered hands. With crossed ankles and sunken head he sat as though all his life had passed out of him, with the beads slipping slowly through his thin yellow fingers. Behind him lay the narrow cell, clay floored and damp, comfortless, profitless, and sordid. Beyond it there lay amid the trees the wattle and daub hut of a labourer, the door open, and the single room exposed to the view. The man, ruddy and yellow haired, stood leaning upon the spade wherewith he had been at work upon the garden patch. From behind him came the ripple of a happy woman's laughter, and 2 young urchins darted forth from the hut, bare-legged and towsy, while the mother, stepping out, laid her hand upon her husband's arm and watched the gambols of the children. The hermit frowned at the untoward noise which broke upon his prayers, but his brow relaxed as he looked upon the broad silver piece which John held out to him. "There lies the image of our past and of our future," cried Alleyne, as they rode on upon their way. "Now, which is better, to till God's earth, to have happy faces round one's knee, and to love and be loved, or to sit for ever moaning over one's own soul, like a mother over a sick babe?"
"I know not about that," said John, "for it casts a great cloud over me when I think of such matters. But I know that my crown was well spent, for the man had the look of a very holy person. As to the other, there was naught holy about him that I could see, and it would be cheaper for me to pray for myself than to give a crown to one who spent his days in digging for lettuces."
Ere Alleyne could answer, there swung round the curve of the road a lady's carriage, drawn by 3 horses abreast, with a postillion upon the outer one. Very fine and rich it was, with beams painted and gilt, wheels and spokes carved in strange figures, and over all an arched cover of red and white tapestry. Beneath its shade there sat a stout and elderly lady in a pink cote hardie, leaning back among a pile of cushions, and plucking out her eyebrows with a small pair of silver tweezers. None could seem more safe and secure and at her ease than this lady. Yet here also was a symbol of human life, For in an instant, even as Alleyne reined aside to let the carriage pass, a wheel flew out from among its fellows, and over it all toppled, carving, tapestry, and gilt, in one wild heap, with the horses plunging, the postilion shouting, and the lady screaming from within. In an instant Alleyne and John were on foot, and had lifted her forth, all in a shake with fear, but little the worse for her mischance. No, woe worth me," she cried, "and ill fallen Michael Easover of Romsey, for I told him that the pin was loose, and yet he must needs gainsay me, like the foolish daft that he is." "I trust that you have taken no hurt, my fair lady," said Alleyne, conducting her to the bank upon which John had already placed a cushion. "Nay, I have no scathe, though I have lost my silver tweezers. Now, lack a day, did God ever put breath into such a fool as Michael Easover of Romsey. But I am much beholden to you, gentle sirs. Soldiers ye are, as one may readily see. I am myself a soldier's daughter," she added, casting a somewhat languishing glance at John, "and my heart ever goes out to a brave man." "We are indeed fresh from Spain," quoth Alleyne. "From Spain, say you? It was an ill and sorry thing that so many should throw away the lives that Heaven gave them. In sooth, it is bad for those who fall, but worse for those who bide behind. I have but now bid farewell to one who hath lost all in this cruel war." "And how that, lady?" "She is a young damsel of these parts, and she goes now into a nunnery. Alack, it is not a year since she was the fairest maid from Avon to Itchen, and now it was more than I could abide to wait at Romsey nunnery to see her put the white veil upon her face, for she was made for a wife, and not for the cloister. Did you ever, gentle sir, hear of a body of men called the White Company over yonder?" "Surely so," cried both the comrades. "Her father was the leader of it, and her lover served under him as squire. News hath come that not one of the company was left alive. And so, poor lamb, she hath—" "Lady," cried Alleyne, catching his breath, "is it the Lady Maud Loring of whom you speak?" "It is, in sooth." "Maud! And in a nunnery! Did, then, the thought of her father's death so move her?" "Her father!" cried the lady, smiling. "Nay, Maud is a good daughter, but I think it was this young golden haired squire, of whom I have heard, who has made her turn her back upon the world." "And I stand talking here!" cried Alleyne wildly. "Come, John, come!" Rushing to his horse, he swung himself into the saddle, and was off down the road in a rolling cloud of dust as fast as his good steed could bear him. Great had been the rejoicing amid the Romsey nuns when the Lady Maud Loring had craved admission into their order. For was she not sole child and heiress of the old knight, with farms and fiefs which she could bring to the great nunnery? Long and earnest had been the talks of the gaunt lady abbess, in which she had conjured the young novice to turn for ever from the world, and to rest her bruised heart under the broad and peaceful shelter of the church. And now, when all was settled, and when abbess and lady superior had had their will, it was but fitting that some pomp and show should mark the glad occasion. Hence it was that the good burghers of Romsey were all in the streets, that gay flags and flowers brightened the path from the nunnery to the church, and that a long procession wound up to the old arched door leading up the bride to these spiritual nuptials. There lay Sister Agatha with the high gold crucifix, and the 3 incense bearers, and the 22 garbed in white, who cast flowers upon either side of them, and sang sweetly the while. Then, with 4 attendants, came the novice, her drooping head wreathed with white blossoms, and behind, the abbess and her council of older nuns, who were already counting in their minds whether their own bailiff could manage the farms of Twynham, or whether a reeve would be needed beneath him to draw the utmost from these new possessions which this young novice was about to bring them. But alas for plots and plans, when love and youth and nature and, above all, fortune are arrayed against them. Who is this travel-stained youth who dares to ride so madly through the lines of staring burghers? Why does he fling himself from his horse and stare so strangely about him? See how he has rushed through the incense bearers, thrust aside lay Sister Agatha, scattered the 22 damsels who sang so sweetly,
and he stands before the novice with his hands outstretched, and his face shining, and the light of love in his grey eyes. Her foot is on the very lintel of the church, and yet he bars the way, and she thinks no more of the wise words and holy rede of the lady abbess, but she hath given a sobbing cry, and hath fallen forward with his arms around her drooping body, and her wet cheek upon his breast. A sorry sight this for the gaunt abbess, and ill lesson for the stainless 22, who have ever been taught that the way of nature is the way of sin. But Maud and Alleyne care little for this. A dank, cold air comes from the black arch before them. Without, the sun shines bright, and the birds are singing amid the ivy on the drooping beeches. Their choice is made, and they turn away hand in hand, with their backs to the darkness and their faces to the light. Very quiet was the wedding in the old priory church at Christchurch, where Father Christopher read the service, and there were few to see save the Lady Loring and John, and a dozen bowmen from the castle. The Lady of Twynham had drooped and pined for weary months, so that her face was harsher and less comely than before. Yet she still hoped on, for her lord had come through so many dangers that she could scarce believe that he might be stricken down at last. It had been her wish to start for Spain and to search for him, but Alleyne had persuaded her to let him go in her place. There was much to look after, now that the lands of Minstead were joined to those of Twynham, and Alleyne had promised her that if she would but bide with his wife, he would never come back to Hampshire again until he had gained some news, good or ill, of her lord and lover. The yellow cog had been engaged, with Goodwin Hawtayne in command, and a month after the wedding Alleyne rode down to Buckler's Hard to see if she had come round yet from Southampton. On the way he passed the fishing village of Pitt's Deep, and marked that a little creyer or brig was tacking off the land, as though about to anchor there. On his way back, as he rode towards the village, he saw that she was indeed anchored, and that many boats were around her, bearing cargo to the shore. A bow shot from Pitt's Deep there was an inn a little back from the road, very large and widespread, with a great green bush hung upon a pole from one of the upper windows. At this window he marked, as he rode up, that a man was seated who appeared to be craning his neck in his direction. Alleyne was still looking up at him when a woman came rushing from the open door of the inn, and made as though she would climb a tree, looking back the while with a laughing face. Wondering what these doings might mean, Alleyne tied his horse to a tree, and was walking amid the trunks towards the inn, when there shot from the entrance a second woman, who also made for the trees. Close at her heels came a burly, brown-faced man, who leaned against the door-post and laughed loudly with his hand to his side.
"Ah, mes belles," he cried, "and is it thus you treat me? Ah, mes petites, I swear by these finger bones that I would not hurt a hair of your pretty heads. But I have been among the black Paynim, and by my hilt, it does me good to look at your English cheeks. Come, drink a stoup of muscadine with me, mes anges, for my heart is warm to be among ye again." At the sight of the man Alleyne stood staring, but at the sound of his voice such a thrill of joy bubbled up in his heart that he had to bite his lip to keep himself from shouting outright. But a deeper pleasure yet was in store. Even as he looked, the window above was pushed outwards, and the voice of the man whom he had seen there came out from it. "Aylward," cried the voice, "I have seen just now a very worthy person come down the road, though my eyes could scarce discern whether he carried coat armour. I pray you to wait upon him, and tell him that a very humble knight of England abides here, so that if he be in need of advancement, or have any small vow upon his soul, or desire to exalt his lady, I may help him to accomplish it." Aylward at this order came shuffling forward amid the trees, and in an instant the two men were clinging in each other's arms, laughing and shouting and patting each other in their delight, while old Sir Nigel came running with his sword, under the impression that some small bickering had broken out, only to embrace and be embraced himself, until all three were hoarse with their questions and outcries and congratulations.
On their journey home through the woods, Alleyne learnt their wondrous story. How, when Sir Nigel came to his senses, he with his fellow captive had been hurried to the coast, and conveyed by sea to their captor's castle. How, upon the way, they had been taken by a Barbary rover, and how they exchanged their light captivity for a seat on a galley bench and hard labour at the pirates' oars. How, in the port at Barbary, Sir Nigel had slain the Moorish captain, and had swum with Aylward to a small coaster which they had taken, and so made their way to England with a rich cargo to reward them for their toils. All this Alleyne listened to, until the dark keep of Twynham towered above them in the gloaming, and they saw the red sun lying athwart the rippling Avon. No need to speak of the glad hearts at Twynham Castle that night, nor the rich offerings from out that Moorish cargo which found their way to the chapel of Father Christopher. Sir Nigel Loring lived for many years, full of honour and laden with every blessing. He rode no more to the wars, but he found his way to every jousting within 30 miles, and the Hampshire youth treasured it as their highest honour when a word of praise fell from him as to their management of their horses or their breaking of their lances. So he lived, and so he died, the most revered and the happiest man in all his native shire. For Sir Alan Edricson and for his beautiful bride, the future had also naught but what was good. Twice he fought in France, and came back each time laden with honours. A high place at court was given to him, and he spent many years at Windsor under the 2nd Richard and the 4th Henry, where he received the honour of the Garter, and won the name of being a brave soldier, a true-hearted gentleman, and a great lover and patron of every art and science which refines or ennobles life. As to John, he took unto himself a village maid and settled in Lyndhurst, where his 5,000 crowns made him the richest franklin for many miles around. For many years he drank his ale every night at the Pied Merlin, which was now kept by his friend Aylward, who had wedded the good widow to whom he had committed his plunder. The strong men and the bowmen of the country round used to drop in there of an evening to wrestle a fall with John or to shoot a round with Aylward, but though a silver shilling was to be the prize of the victory, it has never been reported that any man earned much money in that fashion. So they lived, these men, in their own lusty, cheery fashion, rude and rough, but honest, kindly, and true. Let us thank God if we have outgrown their vices, and let us pray to God that we may ever hold their virtues. The sky may darken, and the clouds may gather, and again the day may come when Britain may have sore need of her children, on whatever shore of the sea they be found. Shall they not muster at her call?